Chapter 40-30. Before Sao, Long Xixia, Gong Shouxin, and the other 3 half-dead great ancestors, who had fled in panic, could return to the flagship of their respective fleets, the higher-ups of the 2 camps who had temporarily taken over their command, as well as the other half-dead great ancestors who were in charge of the council in the second universe, had already issued the order to launch a full-scale attack. This was the order of the 11 undying old monsters of various races and top forces who were hiding in parallel spaces. It was like an imperial edict, and no one dared to delay. Attack. All battleships. No need to hold back. All battleship cannons, charge at full power. The battleship horsepower will be pushed to the limit. This is the first and last round of full-scale attack. Hong long long. Boom, whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the order was issued, the more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes from both camps roared at the same time. The 50 million battleships all opened the kinetic energy cabins to the limit. Every minute and every second, a huge amount of resources were consumed, turning into kinetic energy for the battleships to move forward at full speed, turning into energy for the battleships' bombardment and defense shields. This scene was too shocking. Even when the first universe was controlled by the Tianji clan and occasionally had an all-out war with the Wan Luo Federation for thousands of years, the scene and scale could not be compared to this. The 50 million battleships all put up energy defense shields and launched at full speed at the same time. A large black mass, like a dark cloud covering the sky, closed in. At the same time, all the battleships, whether it was the standard 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships or fortresses of various sizes, activated all their cannons at this moment. A round of simultaneous fire illuminated the cosmic void billions of miles away. In the void, a giant energy net formed by the energy beams of countless battleships' cannons covered tens of thousands of miles. This was the rhythm of almost completely destroying an entire universe plane. Of course, although the momentum was vast and overwhelming, the energy beams of these battleships' cannons were still slightly weaker in terms of level. They could only be considered as ordinary combat power. Even if they were as powerful as 10,000 caddies, they could not really destroy the endless void of a universe plane. At most, some small turbulent voids and vortexes would appear, but they could not affect the stability of the major existential planes at all. All of this happened too quickly. No one had expected that the 2 camps, which had been separated by the natural void chasm, would give the order to launch a full-scale attack the moment the natural void chasm was smoothed out by the immortal old monster. The mid-level commanders of the fleets of the various races in the 2 camps were caught off guard, but it did not affect the implementation of the orders. In the blink of an eye, the 50 million warships had formed a whole, and the army was pushing forward. In comparison, the Devil Cultivator camp was caught off guard. It was not until more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various types had moved out 20 million miles ahead of them that Mo Yuntian finally gave the order to deal with the situation. Swish! Swish! Shio! In the void, densely packed sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The 1.5 million fortresses, large and small, that had been pushed back to the Devil Cultivator camp by the indigenous beasts, directly performed a space jump and disappeared one by one. When they reappeared, they were already in the midst of the 50 million battleships that were rumbling towards them, and they immediately self-destructed. These 1.5 million fortresses, large and small, that had been captured by the enemy camp, did not have enough time to fully modify their central control, but now they were in urgent need of use. Therefore, the first Demon Emperor Mo Yuntian had already made a decision while Yi Xian was still engaged in a fierce battle with a few half-dead ancestors of the enemy camp. He would use them as one-time self-destructing explosive fortresses. In the 1.5 million fortresses, there was not a single Devil Cultivator expert or clansman. Only a small number of intelligent robots were stationed there, and the degree of self-destruction was set in advance. After performing a space jump and completing it, it would all explode within 10 seconds. Boom. Rumble. The self-destruct devices inside the 1.5 million fortresses connected the kinetic energy compartments, antimatter energy generation compartments, and all the energy compartments together. Once they exploded, the power was absolutely amazing. In the midst of the 50 million battleship army that was rumbling forward, a small round of chaos broke out in an instant. Countless huge fireballs exploded, and for a moment, the rapid advance of the entire army was forcefully halted, coming to a halt in the void. What the Devil Cultivator camp needed was this opportunity. Soon, while the chaos in the void of the enemy camp was still ongoing and had not yet subsided, the 20 million battleship army of the Devil Cultivator camp slowly moved forward in an orderly manner, and wave after wave of salvos were blasted out very quickly, very rhythmically. In the void, a large terrifying net formed by the energy beams of the battleship cannons was once again intertwined. From time to time, a battleship would explode, both from the two opposing camps and from the Devil Cultivator camp. At this point, the full-scale chaotic battle of more than 70 million battleships between the three camps had completely begun. Roar! Roar! Oh! The ferocious beasts were roaring in the void. As the 70 million battleships, fortresses of the three camps launched a full-scale chaotic battle without bothering about anything else, the 6 million local ferocious beasts that were responsible for a part of the defense line on the Devil Cultivator camp's side also quickly rushed out. The two local ferocious beasts at the forefront were the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, who had already become sector lords. Following them were hundreds of local ferocious beasts that were as strong as Star Lords and Universe Lords. The leaders of the ferocious beasts led the entire army of ferocious beasts, roaring and roaring in the void. Every local ferocious beast had revealed their true bloodline form. The smallest of them was more than 10,000 meters long, which was slightly larger than the standard stellar-level battleships that were 3,000 meters long. It was often the case that a battleship or fortress would collapse in the void after a single slap of their claws. The more than 70 million battleships of the three camps were fighting fiercely with their cannons, while the nearly 6 million ferocious local beasts were fighting in the void with their own bodies. Their agility was unparalleled, and they were far superior to the enemy. The combat ability of every local ferocious beast was basically no weaker than that of a warship of the same size, or a fortress large or small. It was a real bloody battle. The top forces and species in the three main planes of space hadn't fought such a large-scale battle in tens of thousands of years. Facing this raging battle in space, Yi Xian, who was already mentally prepared, was stunned for a moment as he stood in the air like an outsider. He watched all of this with his mouth agape. Chapter 4031. Facing the chaotic situation, Yi Xian quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. Obviously, the undying old monsters hiding behind the two enemy camps wanted to crush the conventional battle force of the demons with more than 50 million battleships, causing a large number of casualties and forcing the undying old monsters to take action. Yi Xian saw through the other party's scheme with a single glance and made a decision. Since that was the case, he would use the same method to force this group of scheming old fellows out. Force them out. This was the key. Once he succeeded, the original bodies of all the undying old monsters from the two camps would jump out of the parallel space and enter the demon star area of the first universe. At that time, the marquee undying old monster, who was the undying old monster of the demon race, would no longer have any concerns and would directly seal the demon star area. None of the undying old monsters from the enemy camp would be able to escape. In order to achieve this goal, Yi Xian didn't even hesitate to reveal another identity, which was Sha Baofeng, the peerless genius of the Tianji clan. Currently, there were a total of 7 peerless geniuses in the 3 main dimensions of the universe who were recognized as peerless geniuses of the younger generation. Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon race, was one of the 4 peerless geniuses and was known as the number 1 figure among the younger generation. The other 3 peerless geniuses were Prince Xian, from the undying dynasty of the human race's technology camp, and the invincible battleship devourer treasure body, who was confirmed to be Prince Xian's body double and was still struggling in the human race's self-cultivator camp. The last one was the peerless genius of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, from the Tianji clan. But right now, in order to deal with the situation before him, he had to force out the dozen or so immortal realm old monsters behind the 2 opposing factions. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and decided to reveal the identity of the Heaven's Legacy race's peerless monster, Sha Baofeng. Although it was a bit of a pity, the situation forced him to do so. From his point of view, as long as Prince Xian's identity wasn't exposed, it wouldn't affect the pressure on Triumph City. Everything else was acceptable. Roar! Yi Xian threw his head back and let out a furious roar as he deactivated the fifth demon ape transformation. His enormous bloodline true form shrank down to a height of 30 meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even though he'd removed the 9 transformations of the devil ape and his cultivation had dropped by 5 stages, he was still in the state of the devil ape true body, so he was still at the First Order region Lord Realm. At the same time, he also kept the gigantic black-headed rod into his undying world. Immediately after, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. A super stronghold that was as large as the Great War of the Starry Sky was 300,000 meters tall. In other words, it was 100,000 meters tall. It was Life Stronghold's open dragon ship. The reason he had brought out the Wild Dragon battleship was because Yi Xian had decided to use the Alloy War God form to charge into the 50 million battleships of the 2 opposing factions. Even though the Devil Ape true body was formidable, his cultivation was merely at the 6th rank of the region Lord Realm even when he was in the 5th form of the Devil Ape true body. So, he had to rely on his physical body to go head-on against an army of over 50 million battleships. In Yi Xian's opinion, this wasn't worth it. It was better to just deactivate the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape true body. This way, he would have the cultivation of the First Order region Lord Realm, but he would still be able to use the Life Fortress to fight. After transforming into the Alloy War God, not only would he be able to use all kinds of abilities and spells, but he would also be able to use the Life Fortress to fight. When needed, he would be able to use the technology of the Life Fortress. It was definitely more cost-effective. However, this would undoubtedly expose the identity of the Tian's Legacy race's peerless genius, Sha Baofeng. Now, the demon race's royal younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, would be the 5 great demons. However, the situation forced him. Facing an army of 50 million battleships crushing the demons, Yi Xian didn't have a better solution. Thus, he couldn't care less. It had been a long time since Yi Xian had used the Life Fortress. During this time, the world insect race had developed greatly and was far from what it used to be. At this moment, as the life stronghold of the Long Yi Hao was activated, Yi Xian took a step into it and immediately gave the order to transform. In the next instant, the grinding sounds of machinery rang out. The Life Fortress rapidly transformed. It first turned into a 9 hell demon crocodile, then a blood unicorn, a void tortoise, a golden dragon, and even a desolate ancient yaksha with a pair of giant wings on its back. In short, the devouring system. It could easily transform into the forms of all the life forms recorded in the database. Finally, with a series of cracking sounds, the Life Fortress transformed into a super alloy giant over 1 million zhang tall. Its head and limbs were all missing, and even the light on its back had appeared. The shield in its left hand was as large as the sky, and the spear in its right hand was over 300,000 zhang long. Meters. 300,000 zhang, that was 300,000 zhang, 300 kilometers. This kind of height would make anyone speechless. One large stride or leap would allow it to cross at least 1,000 kilometers. It was absolutely terrifying. This was just the basic performance. Apart from that, in terms of defense and attack, the Alloy War God was equally stunning. First of all, the energy shield of the Space Fortress's defense system would normally appear as a pair of light horns on the back of the Alloy War God. Of course, this pair of light horns also had shockingly sharp cutting abilities. When combined, they could protect the body, and when split, they could cut through the sturdy hull of the Space Fortress. Apart from that, this kind of defense system's energy shield could appear in any area of the Alloy War God at any time. For example, if the head was attacked, a protective light shield would appear on the Alloy War God's head. The same kind of energy shield could appear on the Alloy War God's chest, the front of the chest, back, and even the 4 limbs. As for attack power, apart from blocking attacks, the giant alloy shield in its left hand could also be used as a heavy shield to smash down. The alloy spear in its right hand was even more indestructible. It could be used as a melee weapon, and it could also be thrown out like a spear. At that time, under the propulsion of the alloy war god's powerful force and the inertial acceleration of the battle spear, this would definitely be a major killing move. It would not be a problem to directly pierce through a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This was just the alloy spear and shield. In fact, if Yi Xian needed it, the shield and spear in the hands of the alloy war god could even be in the form of energy, such as antimatter light energy. This form of the shield could cancel out all attacks. Its penetration and lethality would increase exponentially. It could be called a killing machine. Moreover, the alloy war god's knees and elbows also had sharp attack structures. At the same time, it could also activate the ship's cannons and fire antimatter energy death ray cannons. This included both the shoulders and the back. This was simply a human-shaped killing machine. It had all the flexibility and advantages of the human form in close combat, and it also had the long-range punitive ability of warships, fortresses, and fortresses. All of this was perfectly mixed together, making the entire alloy war god perfect. Chapter 4032. Not long after, the alloy war god reappeared. It had a battle spear in its right hand and a battle shield in its left. As soon as the battle shield in its right hand appeared, it was in the form of black antimatter energy. This antimatter death light shield was simply amazing. It was absolutely invincible in close combat. Any attack, including energy attacks, could be blocked by this black shield. The characteristics of the antimatter light energy determined all of this. This was like star-sky black technology, being able to transfer the antimatter light energy generator to its hands after mechanical transformation. This kind of equipment could also be compressed? It was simply unscientific. How thick were the alloy war god's arms? The antimatter light energy generator of a large fortress was at least 10,000 meters in diameter. How could it be compressed into 2 arms? There was also the battle spear in his right hand. Although it was only in the super alloy state, it was already 100,000 feet long. Its power was terrifying and unparalleled. If it was transformed into the antimatter death light spear, its power would definitely soar by a large margin. That would definitely be an unstoppable and unstoppable momentum, even if it was a fixed super alloy. Even a fixed star fortress would be pierced through by this spear. At this moment, the moment the alloy war god's form appeared, Yi Xian had already made his move. After giving the order, the 300,000-meter tall alloy war god took a step back and raised his right arm. The 300,000-meter long alloy war god that was originally in his hand instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. Boom! Rumble! A series of explosions sounded. This alloy war spear was too terrifying. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it wreaked havoc in the void for millions of kilometers. Along the way, all the battleships in its way, regardless of whether they were large or small fortresses, were all pierced through without exception. They exploded into huge fireballs that bloomed in space. Although Yi Xian threw out an alloy war spear on the surface, this war spear was actually formed from the countless micromolecules of the world bug. The moment it hit the fortress, all the micromolecules changed form directly, turning from a superalloy into a kind of super-concentrated energy. Then they exploded. This spear destroyed at least tens of thousands of battleships of the enemy camp. This was because there were too many battleships, fortresses, and fortresses in the void. As long as the spear didn't stop shooting, battleships would be destroyed every minute and every second. However, this was only the beginning. After the spear was thrown, Yi Xian made his move again. His right hand suddenly shook, and a pitch-black battle spear of the same length quickly appeared in the giant alloy palm that was holding the million-meter-thick spear. This battle spear was clearly not a physical entity. It was condensed from antimatter light energy and could not be touched at all. Otherwise, anything that touched it would be corroded. The reason why the alloy war god was able to hold it safely was because its palm and other parts were originally the energy vent of the antimatter light energy generator, made of a special material. Xiao, rumble! With a deafening boom, the alloy war god abruptly came to a halt. its figure instantly leaping hundreds of miles away. At the same time, it raised its right hand, gripping the antimatter energy spear, and threw it with all its might without hesitation. At this moment, the void was torn apart, and with an ear-piercing sound, a black light pierced through the sky. The Long Yixian fortress was formed from the evolution of the world's insects. This mysterious existence was between life and non-life. It could evolve into anything, including the antimatter death ray cannons fired by the life fortress. They were all evolved from its micromolecules. The spear that was thrown at this moment was completely different from the alloy war god's previous spear. It was formed from pure antimatter light energy. Its power could only be described with one word: terrifying. Whoosh, rumble. This spear formed from antimatter light energy was not only faster, but even after hitting the battleships, fortresses, the sound it made was different. Although the battleships, fortresses that were hit also exploded with the same roar, when this strange pitch-black spear pierced through the battleships, the sound it made was like melting snow, extremely ear-piercing. The materials used to build the interstellar battleships were the strongest and most advanced cosmic alloys, but under the impact of this antimatter energy spear, they did not have the slightest resistance. The antimatter energy spear that was 1 million feet long shot forward, and tens of thousands of battleships were pierced through in the short span of a breath. They then exploded, turning into giant fireballs in the void, like fireworks blooming in space. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, only a few breaths had passed since the two spears were thrown. Although it was only a short time, and although the entire void battlefield was already in chaos, these two spears were too large, and the power they displayed after being thrown out was even more eye-catching. In addition, the alloy war god's 1 million feet long body was too eye-catching. As soon as the second antimatter energy light spear was thrown out, countless cries of surprise rang out from the void all around them. What's that? What a powerful spear! It traveled millions of miles in just half a breath. All the battleships along the way, whether it was the standard 3,000-meter-long star-class battleships or fortresses, none of them could stop it, and all of them exploded. The second spear is even more heaven-defying. It seems to be in the form of energy, and it's completely black. Could it be a spear formed from antimatter light energy? But how is that possible? Since when could antimatter energy be used like this? This is simply star-sky black technology. Yes, this is indeed star-sky black technology. That 100,000 feet tall alloy war god is proof. Could it be that you still haven't come to your senses? This alloy war god is clearly transformed from a super-large interstellar fortress. I just saw it with my own eyes. In just a few breaths, a star transformed. An empty fortress changed form in just a few breaths. It's so familiar, I seem to have heard of it before. Mechanical fusion technique. This is the ultimate mechanical fusion technique of the Tianji race. I remember now, that energy spear formed from antimatter light energy is clearly the signature of another peerless genius. Even the antimatter energy light shield in the left hand of the alloy war god is the same. It's unique to Sha Baofeng. Sha Baofeng? Why would he appear here? The one who stepped into that super-large interstellar fortress was clearly Mo Jinfeng, the imperial brother of the demon kin. That is indeed the case. The moment Mo Jinfeng stepped into that super fortress, the fortress transformed into a 100,000 zhang tall alloy war god. Heavens, the truth is too frightening. This old man has a bold guess, but I don't dare to say it out loud. Chapter 4033. 5 monsters in one body. When this sentence was roared by a certain starry sky powerhouse with a trembling voice, the entire starry sky void fell silent. Countless starry sky powerhouses, including the demon camp, stopped what they were doing at this moment and looked in horror at the giant alloy war god in the void. Looking over, no one doubted his current identity. That was the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng. This was because countless people had seen him dispel the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and summon a super fortress with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters with a wave of his hand. Then he stepped into it. And then, the super fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, which was comparable in size to a starry sky war god, began to change shape and finally settled into a humanoid alloy war god that was 100,000 meters tall. In the short span of a single breath, he threw out 2 terrifyingly powerful alloy spears. At the same time, it was the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng. Because whether it was the mechanical fusion ability that allowed the fortress to change shape in a short time, turning it into various mechanical battle insects, or even the humanoid alloy war god. It was the pitch-black antimatter energy light spear that was thrown out, and the pitch-black antimatter energy light shield that was still in the left hand of the alloy war god. All of this was the signature of the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng. Not to mention the other races of the 3 main starry sky planes, even within the Tianji clan, there was no other Tianji clan member who could have such an antimatter energy light spear and light shield that could be held in the hand of the alloy war god. In other words, this alloy war god was not only the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, but also the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng, who was known as the number 1 person of the younger generation. This was simply the same person. In other words, the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, was actually the same as young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the little immemorial demon ape. He was just one of the identities of the demon race's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng. This was a shocking secret. The previous 4 peerless monsters as one was already shocking enough. It was unprecedented in history, causing countless powerhouses of the 3 main starry sky planes to sigh and sigh in regret. But it was not until today that they suddenly discovered that that was still not the limit. What was the big deal about the 4 peerless monsters as one? His true identity was one of the 5 freaks. And that wasn't even the most important part. Most importantly, one of these 5 peerless geniuses belonged to the Heaven's Legacy clan. This was the Heaven's Legacy race. The Heaven's Legacy race was a mechanical life form. All of the members of the Heaven's Legacy race were sentient robots that had developed their own consciousness and intelligence. Only then had they evolved into members of the Heaven's Legacy race. It could be said that each member of the Celestials' Legacy race was unique. They were not like other races that were not made of flesh and blood. They did not have a yuan spirit, only an electronic consciousness. This electronic consciousness was their core, just like a human soul. It was for this reason that it was absolutely impossible for an expert from another race to infiltrate the Celestial Legacy race. The souls of the human race and the yuan spirits of other life forms could not simulate the electronic consciousness of the Celestial Legacy race. They were 2 completely different forms of existence. Even the legendary extraterrestrial demons had a myriad of transformations. Whether it was a life form of flesh and blood, an energy life form, or a life form in between, the extraterrestrial demons could change between them at will. But in theory, even extraterrestrial demons could not disguise themselves as members of the Heaven's Legacy race and infiltrate their race. The electronic consciousness of mechanical life forms had its own unique characteristics. It was not limited to extraterrestrial demons, but also some of the rarest crystal life forms in the universe. Their core consciousness was some particularly strange life form or crystal frequency. But that was still different from the electronic consciousness of mechanical life forms and could not be disguised. It was also for this reason that ever since DE led the Heaven's Legacy race to conquer the first universe and became the overlord of the entire first universe, they had steadily developed for tens of thousands of years. Step by step, they had become stronger and stronger. But there had never been an expert from another race who had infiltrated the Heaven's Legacy race and caused chaos. It could be said that for tens of thousands of years, the entire Heaven's Legacy race had been a super iron bucket. Even after developing to such a large scale and becoming the number 1 overlord of the 3 main dimensions of the universe, even the human race had to unite the various races of the second universe through the Myriad Net Federation in order to contend with the Heaven's Legacy race. The Heaven's Legacy race had suddenly migrated and disappeared, and no one knew where they had gone. For such a long time, all the top forces and races of the 3 great dimensions had tried everything they could, but they had never successfully planted spies and scouts within the Heaven's Legacy race. However, this impenetrable legend seemed to have ended in the hands of the demon's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng. This peerless monster had not only infiltrated the Heaven's Legacy race, but had also climbed to the high position of the former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, the truth was so shocking. No one had thought that this so-called former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race was actually just another body of the demon's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng. It was just a part. After a brief silence, there was an uproar in the void. Countless experts from the three camps exclaimed and discussed, their tones filled with disbelief and disbelief. Even in the void far behind the two punitive expeditionary camps, the 11 immortal old monsters' divine senses transmitted to this plane, after a short silence, gasped one after another after detecting such a shocking change. They secretly communicated with each other through voice transmission, and their tones were filled with strong emotions. Bewilderment and doubt. Who can explain what's going on? What happened to the four great monsters in one body? How come there's suddenly another identity, and it's the former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race? This is simply a joke. This is unlikely. Even if it's an ordinary member of the Heaven's Legacy race, it's almost impossible to impersonate. Who hasn't studied the electronic consciousness of mechanical life? What's more, it's the former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race. He isn't so stupid. But how do you explain the scene in front of us? That's right. We only saw Mo Jinfeng step into that super fortress, but we don't know if he was the one who performed the mechanical fusion ability in the fortress. In other words, it's very likely that the peerless genius of the Heavenly Legacy clan, Sha Baofeng, is also in that fortress. That's right. We only saw Mo Jinfeng step into that super fortress, but we didn't know if he was the one who performed the mechanical fusion ability in the fortress. In other words, it's very likely that the peerless genius of the Heavenly Legacy clan, Sha Baofeng, is also in that fortress. This is them deliberately confusing the public. Chapter 4034. Bang. Rumble. Rumble. In the demon domain, the vast void outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had been transformed into a world of blood and fire. It was like purgatory. Enormous rumbling resounded incessantly through space. Every single rumbling represented that a battleship had been struck by one or more beams of energy from the battleships, and it was either partially destroyed or completely destroyed before exploding into an enormous ball of flames that caused this extremely bright expanse of space to become empty. The space seemed even more dazzling. Just the 2 expeditionary armies from the second universe and the third universe had more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. Coupled with the 20 million battleships from the Devil Men, the total number of battleships that resided in this expanse of space had already exceeded 70 million. Even if it was the full-scale war between the Heavenly Fate clan and the Myriad Alliance, it had never occurred in such an enormous scale. Now, in various parts of the first universe, the war between the four-race alliance led by the demons, the space rats, the hell ants, and the giant ferocious race, and the alliance formed by the slaves of the first universe, no matter how fierce and raging the war was, it was still far from reaching such a scale. Not to mention that there were over 5 million enormous native ferocious beasts that weren't smaller than the battleships amidst the chaotic battle. Besides that, there were a large number of comparatively formidable experts of the various races in space. They hadn't stayed within the battleships and had traversed space with their physical bodies instead. All of them had withdrawn combat weapons, magic treasures, revealed their bloodline true bodies, executed their innate divine abilities, and were either fighting in pairs or in groups. In short, this battle in space had developed to this point in less than a day of time, yet it had developed into a full-scale chaotic battle that raged like a raging fire. Both sides of the battle had already launched an all-out battle, and it was a situation where they wouldn't stop until one side was annihilated. A battle of such a level. The scale of a few tens of millions of battleships and the overall situation of the entire battlefield was indeed not something that could be influenced by a single person. Unless an eternal old monster made a move. However, Yi Xian refused to believe this. Even though he was merely a region lord, he was too far away from the eternal realm, so he didn't possess the heaven-defying ability of the eternal realm at all. For example, Yi Xian did not possess the ability to flatten 6 turbulent voids with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles with a flip of his hand in just 3 breaths of time. But if it was just destruction, Yi Xian had the ambition to compete with the immortal realm old monsters. This was also the reason why he was willing to reveal his identity as the peerless genius of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng. Now, he still didn't know that he had exposed his identity as the peerless genius of the Heaven's Legacy clan, Sha Baofeng, and almost made a fool of himself. The 11 immortal realm old monsters, who didn't want to show up, were very suspicious and wouldn't act rashly. Actually, even if he was aware of this, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate at all, and he was bound to act. He would definitely give the invaders of the First Universe a painful beating in this battle with the intention of annihilating the entire demon folk race so that he and the demon folk race could develop swiftly and gain more time for him and the demon folk race to develop swiftly. So, no matter how suspicious those 11 immortal realm old monsters were, Yi Xian would use even more powerful methods to force them to the point they couldn't restrain themselves any longer and attack in the end. In the void, the alloy war god that was 100,000 feet in size abruptly raised its head and let out a long roar that quaked the stars. At the same time, a second pitch-black antimatter energy spear quietly materialized in the alloy war god's right hand within half a breath. Swish! This was the third spear if the world bugs had formed a group of self-destructing alloy war god spear was included. Yi Xian tossed it with all his might, and this time, his target was the area with the most battleships from the opposing side. As the sound of the air breaking rang out, all the battleships, fortresses, and fortresses along the way that the spear came into contact with exploded. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 battleships were destroyed. In a short period of time, the 3 spears had destroyed at least 200,000 battleships of various types. Although it wasn't much compared to the more than 50 million battleships of the 2 great expeditionary camps, this was a result that Yi Xian completed in a short span of 10 breaths with his own strength. It was absolutely shocking. This was clearly the rhythm of single-handedly wreaking havoc in an area of the void. After a brief moment of shock, a group of high-ranking commanders from the opposing side's flagship fortresses in the void around them roared and bellowed one after another. "Stop him! Stop him immediately! All fortresses and fortresses in the vicinity, concentrate your firepower and bombard him with antimatter death ray cannons. Immediately! Do it immediately! Destroy this D*M human-shaped alloy war god as quickly as possible." He actually thinks that he can change the overall situation of a great war in space by himself. Who does he think he is? The savior of the world? This is something that even the 5 great evildoers as one would never be able to achieve. We don't have to do anything anymore. This old man doesn't believe that with 50 million battleships, even if only 1/10 of them open fire at the same time, he can still protect everyone with his own strength. What T5 great evildoers as one? In the end, he's still going to fall. Since ancient times, the 3 main dimensions of space have never lacked true evildoers, but as long as they don't grow up, everything will be for naught in the end. This person is too showy and has ruined his own future. There's no way forward. He will be bombarded to death by countless battleships in this battle. It had to be said that the alloy war god's sudden appearance had ended more than 200,000 warships and fortresses of various sizes with just 3 spears. For a short period of time, countless supervoid experts in the 2 opposing camps had yet to recover from their shock. They were still in a state of shock, which had a serious impact on their morale. In the various flagship fortresses in the distance, the high-ranking commanders of the major clans and top factions deliberately said such things, belittling the alloy war god and deliberately mocking Yi Xian, who was the 5 great evildoers as one. This was clearly done on purpose to raise morale. At this moment, as the reprimands and cold snorts rang out, a large number of low-ranking commanders in the various fortresses and fortresses of the opposing side finally recovered from their shock. They pulled themselves together and immediately carried out the intentions of the high-ranking commanders. They issued the order. Chapter 4035. What? You don't dare to go up yourself, but you ordered your subordinates to suppress me with numbers? Are you planning to execute this king? Yi Xian sneered. He could see through the mentality of the upper echelons of the various races and factions, so he immediately mocked and ridiculed them. These fellows had clearly been beaten to a pulp before. 6 half-rotten old monsters had attacked, and the first 2 had died and the other had been captured. Of the remaining 4, if not for the sudden appearance of an undying old monster with a giant palm, interfering with the battle, none of them would have been able to escape. But now, they were clearly afraid of Yi Xian. They didn't dare to go up personally and kill him. Instead, they ordered their subordinates to suppress him with numbers. They even deliberately belittled him and tried to raise their morale. What a joke! Yi Xian didn't give them any face and exposed them on the spot. He didn't care if this would affect the morale of the opposing faction. Immediately after, the 4th spear in his hand condensed and took shape again in a short breath. Old fools, you're the ones who are afraid of this king and don't dare to go up, yet you still want to pretend to be tough. Speaking up to here, Yi Xian's tone was full of disdain and arrogance. His last sentence was like a mad roar, leaking his domineering aura. This king will now give you a big slap in the face. Does anyone dare to go up and fight? Xiu. Hong Long Long. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4th spear, Yi Xian, was suddenly thrown out. The sound of it breaking through the air was ear-piercing and soul-stirring. This time, Yi Xian aimed at a flagship stronghold that the upper echelons of a certain clan had spoken up for. The spear shot out, but it didn't hit any other battleships along the way. Following the gaps between the densely packed battleships, it accurately hit the flagship stronghold. A huge explosion sounded. The entire 100,000-meter diameter flagship stronghold was directly penetrated and then exploded. In just half a breath, it had disintegrated. At the same time, a large number of warriors rushed out from the collapsed flagship fortress. Most of them were wounded, but one of them had a powerful aura. He was obviously a half-step immortal, but he was in a mess because of the sudden explosion. His image had been damaged. What was even more unbearable was that this half-dead ancestor didn't even have the slightest bit of fighting spirit in the face of Yi Xian's blatant provocation. He didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. He coldly turned his head to look in this direction, then pinched his nose, turned around, and fled into the distance. Ha! Didn't you speak so domineeringly just now, as if you were evaluating me, saying that I would definitely fall in this battle? Now that you've been slapped in the face, why are you running away? The alloy war god threw his head back and laughed. His merciless taunts spread for thousands of miles, and the countless experts of the 3 great factions fighting in the void heard them all. In the demon camp, countless demon experts threw their heads back and laughed. Their morale soared. Even the millions of native ferocious beasts led by the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise were roaring excitedly. For a moment, their morale was like a rainbow. On the other hand, the 2 great punitive expeditionary camps were deathly silent. Although the 2 great punitive expeditionary camps indeed had the upper hand on the battlefield, the demon imperial younger brother Mo Jufeng was too valiant. He had been using facts to show his unparalleled heroism. At this moment, even a half-dead old monster was slapped in the face by him in public and didn't dare to say anything. He actually directly admitted defeat while pinching his nose. Unknowingly, the morale of the 2 great punitive expeditionary camps fell again. Many experts of races and top-tier factions even subconsciously raised their hands to cover their faces. In just one short day, this was the 2nd time they did this. It really made people speechless. Wang. At the same time, the millions of warships of the 2 opposing camps that were closer to Yi Xian had completed the adjustment of the ship cannons' muzzles. All of them locked onto the huge body of the alloy war god. A low buzzing sound rang out at this moment, densely packed and spread out in the void. This was the movement caused by millions of fortresses charging the antimatter energy death ray cannons on the ships at the same time. It made one's scalp tingle. In a distant void battlefield, the demon emperor Mo Zhutian and the other demon imperial clan higher-ups were observing the situation and issuing battle orders from time to time. His heart was in his throat at this moment. The alloy warship's combat strength was indeed astonishing. Its terrifying figure of 100,000 feet tall was like a great battle in the stars. Just its brute force alone could sweep through the stars. Moreover, it had a great killing weapon like the antimatter energy light spear. Even its huge body had a lot of combat equipment everywhere. In terms of long-range combat, there were even antimatter death ray cannons on its shoulders and back, including its elbows and knees. In terms of close-range combat, there were also all kinds of retractable hooks and sharp spikes that could appear at any time. Even so, against the massive antimatter energy death ray cannons fired by millions of warships at the same time, the alloy war god would not be able to hold on no matter how heaven-defying it was. There was indeed a shield in its left hand, as well as a pair of huge light halos on its back, all of which were condensed from black antimatter energy. The light halo's offensive energy turned into a pair of indestructible giant blades. Its defensive energy joined together and covered the alloy war god's body like an energy shield to protect itself. However, that could only protect against a small number of antimatter death ray cannons' energy beams. In the face of millions of ship cannons' energy beams that would drown the entire body, this shield and the energy shield formed by the light halos behind it could not block at all. At the thought of this, the upper echelons of the Demonkin royal family began to worry. Just as the Demonkin king Mo Zhutian was about to give the order to attack the millions of fortresses and strongholds of the two opposing camps, a new change occurred in the central region of the Void battleground. Whoosh! With the sound of something breaking through the air, the alloy war god suddenly raised its left hand and threw out the huge antimatter death ray shield that was originally in its left hand like a huge dart. Along the way, at least 100,000 warships, fortresses of various sizes were cut in half, exploding into huge fireballs on the spot. Huge fireballs. Too sharp. This was formed from antimatter energy and was absolutely indestructible. However, when the antimatter death ray shield was thrown out, the alloy war god's right hand did not condense a new spear. It seemed that it did not intend to continue attacking. Then, just as the countless starry sky experts of the three opposing camps did not understand what was going on, Yixian suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. As his huge arms spread out, a large cauldron and a black staff were directly summoned from the undying world within his body and held in his hands. Chapter 4036. In his left hand was the farmer god cauldron. In his right hand was the black-headed cudgel. All of them were heavy and violent weapons. At this moment, they were being held in the hands of the alloy war god. Compared to the image of Yi Xian dragging the black-headed cudgel with one hand in his true form of a three-headed six-armed demon ape, it was even more violent. It was simply shocking. In the void, the countless warships and fortresses of the three opposing factions were silent for a moment. In an instant, there was a wave of exclamations. The big-headed black cudgel. It's the big-headed black cudgel again. Damn it, what is Imperial Brother Mo Jinfeng doing? Why did he suddenly bring out this infamous cudgel? And there's also a giant cauldron. It should be the famous Medicine King's divine cauldron in young Master Ling Hu's hands. The cauldron in his left hand and the cudgel in his right. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he thinks he can block the bombardment of millions of warships and countless antimatter energy warship cannons like this? This is clearly the rhythm of launching an offensive, not a defensive one. It's getting more and more incomprehensible. Imperial Brother Mo Jinfeng doesn't take the usual path and doesn't play by the rules at all. Under such circumstances, he's not thinking of escaping or dodging, and he's actually thinking of launching an attack. It's too late to escape. At most, in another breath, millions of death ray cannons will fire in unison. At that time, the energy beams of the warship cannons will drown his body. He's doomed. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before these exclamations could fade, the 3 to 4 million warships, fortresses in the void had already adjusted the direction of their cannons and locked on to the alloy warship. They had already begun to bombard it one after another. The sound of breaking air resounded in this part of the void. Countless black antimatter death ray energy beams of varying sizes instantly intertwined into a net in the void. And at the center of this black net was the alloy war god that was 100,000 feet tall. In the blink of an eye, millions of death ray energy beams had already enveloped the entire body of the alloy war god. No one could see it anymore. The vast void in a radius of 10,000 miles around its body was surging with black death ray energy, as if wanting to completely annihilate this corner of the universe. Miraculous! At this moment, the hearts of countless experts from the three opposing camps rose to their throats. The originally intense situation in the starry sky had actually become stagnant at this moment, as if it had been frozen. The imperial brother of the demonkin, Mo Jinfeng, was too important. He was like a battle flag of the demonkin. His influence on this battle was immeasurable. And now he was facing a test of life and death, but this wasn't just about him. It could be said that whether or not he could survive this battle would affect the final outcome of this planar war in space. It would affect the honor and disgrace of every expert on both sides of the void battlefield. This was absolutely not an exaggeration. Practically every single expert of the three opposing sides had such comprehension, and it was even to the extent that those 10-plus half-aged ancestors of the opposing side who had been terrified out of their wits a long time ago and didn't dare to jump out and face him head-on. At this moment, the dozen or so old ancestors, including Sao, Longxia, and Xianxia, were definitely more nervous than anyone else. Uneasiness rose in their hearts. That was because with their cultivation and ability, they had clearly seen a bizarre sight before the boundless antimatter energy ocean formed by millions of death ray cannons blanketed them. In that instant, the divine cauldron of the Medicine King that was held in the alloy war god's left hand in an extremely domineering manner clearly gushed out a large amount of nine-colored mist from the mouth of the cauldron. In less than a tenth of an instant, it completely enveloped the alloy war god's 100,000 feet tall body. They were naturally aware of the infamous reputation of the divine cauldron of the Medicine King, and it was incomparably deep. The imperial brother of the demonkin, Mo Jinfeng, as the owner of the treasured cauldron who had long since refined the cauldron of the five great prodigies, was clearly more aware of its power. In fact, during the second unforeseen event in the root of all Evil Star region, young Master Ling Hu had used this cauldron to resist the terrifying pressure of the Netherworld cauldron. He had forcibly brought out millions of native ferocious beasts and a large number of powerhouses from various races from the root of all Evil Star region. The latter had been used by him to extort various races and obtain a huge amount of cultivation resources. The former, on the other hand, seemed to have finally submitted. Now, together with the 20 million battleships of the Demonkin race, they were jointly resisting the invasion of the 50 million battleships of the two major planes. When they thought of all this, Sal and the dozen or so old ancestors of various races and top forces could not remain calm. Although the black sea of antimatter energy formed by the simultaneous firing of 3 to 4 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes was terrifying and could probably shake even an immortal, compared to the root of all evil, compared to the terrifying pressure of the Netherworld cauldron, it was really difficult to determine who was stronger or weaker. At this moment, what they were most worried about was that the imperial brother of the demonkin, Mo Jinfeng, would rely on the endless nine-colored mist surging out of the mouth of the divine cauldron of the Medicine King to forcefully resist this wave of attacks. If that was really the case, this monster would really be unkillable. Even an army of 50 million battleships would not be able to do anything to him. How could that be? Such an outcome was simply despairing. Unfortunately, even if they did not want to see such a scene, in the end, what should have happened had still happened. This kind of antimatter energy could not exist for a long time. Once it was blasted out of the antimatter energy generator, it would be quickly consumed in the positive material world. Even if this was a sea of antimatter energy formed by 3 to 4 million death ray cannon energy beams, it could only last for a short period of time. It was only a few breaths. After a few breaths, this black sea completely disappeared. The heroic body of the alloy war god, which was originally shrouded and could no longer be seen at all, once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes, unscathed. From the mouth of the cauldron in his left hand, there was a large amount of nine-colored mist gushing out like a fountain, protecting his entire body. The mist shrouded him, revealing a dreamy color, but it was incomparably real. Very obviously, the energy of this black antimatter sea that had already dissipated was blocked by this nine-colored mist, perhaps even consuming a part of the nine-colored mist. But this did not matter. The true form of this farmer god's treasure cauldron was much larger than a giant star. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy inside was. What Yi Xian could activate now was only a very small part. Even if some of the 9-colored mist gushing out of the cauldron was consumed, it was simply not to the extent of damaging the power of the cauldron, and it was not to the extent that it could reach. Chapter 4037. This scene was simply like a miracle. A few million forts and fortresses of various sizes had been launched with all their might, and the energy beams of a few million deathlight cannons converged together to form an ocean of antimatter energy that enveloped an area of 5,000 kilometers. Such a terrifying attack was even capable of heavily injuring or shaking an Eternal Realm expert. Even if Mo Jinfeng was one of the 5 great monstrous geniuses, his own cultivation was too weak after all, and he was far from maturing. Even if he'd activated the bloodline of the Devil Ape, he was only at the Region Lord realm. Even with the addition of the defensive power of the humanoid alloy war god that was larger than a large stronghold and comparable to a super stronghold in space, there was no way it could compare to a true undying old monster. Theoretically speaking, it was absolutely impossible to resist the impact of such an ocean of antimatter energy. But the actual outcome was the exact opposite. Not only had he resisted it, he was completely unharmed. He was in the exact same posture before the black ocean of antimatter energy enveloped him, and he was still in the exact same posture when the black ocean of antimatter energy dispersed after over a dozen breaths of time. What did this represent? This represented the terrifying antimatter light energy ocean. It was not even worth mentioning in the other party's eyes. The other party's entire body was covered by it, but it did not even struggle or evade. It stood proudly in the void, majestic and unmoving. This was a true posture of invincibility. The appearance of the 5 great monstrous geniuses in one body and the number 1 expert in the younger generation was so extraordinary, yet it was so despairing. Countless devil experts instantly cheered thunderously on the side of the devils, and it was even to the extent that the primeval porcupine and tortoise led by the few million native ferocious beasts raised their heads towards the sky and howled with excitement while revealing ferocious expressions. On the other hand, the opposing sides were deathly silent, and only endless sighs and gasps resounded. Sal, Longsagorge, Gong Shou Exin, and the other half-aged ancestors of the various clans and top-rate powers were dumbstruck, and their eyes emanated the glow of despair. This time, they were in complete despair, and they were filled with deep unwillingness. Because as far as they were concerned, this wasn't Mo Jinfeng's own strength at all, and it was entirely the contribution of the terrifying divine cauldron of the Medicine King that could compete with the nether furnace in terms of pressure. Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Treasures were meant for people, and only the virtuous would be able to obtain them. This cauldron was originally located in a secret area of the Heavenly War Empire in the Third Universe. It was impossible that no Immortal Realm warriors had discovered it, but no one had ever been able to move it or take it away. And now, he had been completely refined in the hands of Mo Jinfeng, his royal brother, and could be as big or as small as he wished. This in itself already explained the problem. After a short moment of silence, the 11 Immortal Realm old monsters, who had hidden their true bodies in parallel spaces behind the 2 opposing camps, finally let out exclamations of surprise and bewilderment. Something's not right. Could it be that our previous judgment was wrong? Something is indeed wrong. If it is as we have deduced before, all of this is merely a scheme of the Demon Kin and the Tianji clan. Although little Mo has stepped into this super fortress that has transformed into an alloy war god, in reality, the one who has begun the mechanical fusion is not him. Instead, it is Tianji who has already entered this super fortress. The peerless genius of our clan, Sha Baofeng. Then how do you explain this scene in front of us? Whether it is the big-headed black stick or the Shenong cauldron, they are the most precious treasures of Mo Jinfeng, the Demonkin's royal brother. It is impossible for such precious treasures of the Desolation era to be left in the hands of others. Even if the Demon Kin and the Tianji clan have a close relationship, little Mo would never temporarily lend them to Sha Baofeng. In fact, even if he wanted to lend them, it is impossible. Once these precious treasures of the Desolation era have been refined, no one else can activate them. But now, they are clearly in the hands of the Alloy War God, and they are activated without any delay. It is definitely the original body that is controlling them. Could it be that the being who has performed the mechanical fusion in the Alloy War God is really Mo Jinfeng, the Demonkin's royal brother? Is the so-called 5 peerless geniuses in one true body? This is the only reasonable explanation. What a peerless genius! He even infiltrated the Tianji clan and once became the young patriarch of the clan. Is D blind? That should be the case. Previously, this old man felt that Sha Baofeng's betrayal of the Tianji clan was not true. Now, it seems that the only explanation is that little Mo's identity as a spy of the Tianji clan was exposed and was seen through by D. That's why he said those words to discuss D. For the sake of his reputation, he could only pinch his nose and admit it. So, the so-called conspiracy between the Demon Kin and the Tianji clan is completely false? Since that's the case, shouldn't we make some adjustments to our next plan? What is going on? The situation of the entire war, including the strategic layout, has been ruined by little Mo's interference. That little Mo brat is ruining things again and again. This brat is too good at causing trouble. He's simply a troublemaker. Prepare to take action. The conventional forces at the front can no longer suppress him. Even if there are 50 million warships, it is useless. Only the immortal realm experts like us can suppress him. Seconded, rumble, boom. Just as the 11 immortal realm old monsters were secretly discussing, there was a brief moment of silence in the void battlefield where more than 70 million battleships of the 3 opposing camps were gathered. In an instant, a large number of roars and explosions resounded again. Countless warship cannons, after a short pause, began to bombard again. Everything before was just an episode of attention. For the countless starry sky experts in the tens of millions of warships of both sides, this battle was far from over. It could even be said that it had just begun. The fierce starry sky unfolded again, but compared to before, the morale of the two sides was completely different. With more than 50 million warships and fortresses of various sizes, the morale of the 2 expeditionary camps in the stronghold was extremely low. On the other hand, the Demon Kin and the indigenous fierce beasts, who only had half the battle strength of the other side, had high morale at this moment. Although they were still in a disadvantageous position, no one retreated. All the indigenous fierce beasts were roaring and fighting in the void with their physical bodies, which made people raise their eyebrows. It was also at this time that the Alloy War God, whose body was 100,000 feet tall and was shrouded in a dense 9-colored mist, turned his head and looked at an area millions of miles away to the right where a large number of enemy warships were congested. His eyes were shining with a cold light. Chapter 4038. Did you enjoy the bombardment just now? Millions of warships firing in unison. Countless antimatter energy beams from the death ray cannons gathered in one place, intertwining into a net, converging into a sea. What a grand gesture! Turning to look at the void ahead to the right where many fortresses and fortresses of various sizes were congested, the expression on the Alloy War God's face actually changed, showing a human-like look of disdain. Yi Xian's voice that came out of his mouth was filled with ridicule and ridicule. However, when it entered the ears of the experts in the large number of battleships in the void, it was no different from the soul-devouring demonic sound. Everyone was so scared that their bodies trembled, and their faces instantly turned ashen. Even if there was water in the brain, after hearing such words, they could immediately guess what the Alloy War God was going to do next. Didn't you enjoy the bombardment just now? Since you didn't kill me, now it's my turn to fight back. Realizing this, the commanders in the fortresses and fortresses of various sizes were instantly scared out of their wits. Exclamations rang out almost at the same time as they issued orders. Spread out! Spread out immediately! Heavens, this god of slaughter is pissed off. He's going to flip out. You idiots! There are fortresses and fortresses of various sizes all around us. If we wait for them to move away and make way, we'll have died 2 or 3 times already. Activate the warp jump program now. No matter where we go, we just need to perform void teleportation and leave this corner of the void. It's over, it's over. We've been targeted. The antimatter energy beams from the death ray cannons are the most concentrated here. The demon imperial brother Mo Jinfeng is going to retaliate immediately. Hum. Hum, hum, hum. Filled with shock, before the chaotic cries of alarm had died down, a large number of low humming sounds rang out in the area. A large number of warships were crowded together. The ones at the edge could immediately escape, but the ones at the center could only wait. However, the current situation was too critical. The ferocity of the alloy war god had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts, and no one dared to let their guard down. Thus, as the order was given, a large number of warships began to charge, preparing to use void warp to leave this area first. In fact, the surroundings of this space battlefield were already densely packed with all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. It was a chaotic battle, and it was extremely unwise to perform a void jump in such a situation. It was very likely that after the void jump was completed, one would directly appear above a battleship and crush it. Or, after completing a void jump and appearing in a certain empty space, the ship would be hit by a beam of energy that just so happened to pass through that space node. This was the so-called starry sky level being caught in the crossfire, the most tragic of all. However, the performance of the alloy war god in this battle had created too much pressure. Countless experts in the two opposing camps, including Sal and the dozen or so half-dead great ancestors, had a psychological shadow in their hearts. At this moment, facing the alloy war god that was about to kill them, even if they had to take this risk, they couldn't care less. Even if they really encountered an accident after completing a void jump and ran into the crossfire of a starry sky level being, it was still better than staying where they were and immediately being blown to bits by the alloy war god. You want to leave? I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Yi Xian sneered and immediately began to intercept. The alloy war god's gigantic body covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers with a single stride. During this time, the farmer god's cauldron and the big-headed black cudgel that were held in its left and right hands were not idle. The farmer god's cauldron was like a real heavy weapon. It swept out directly, and all the warships and fortresses it encountered along the way exploded. It was the same for the big-headed black cudgel in its right hand. Although it was lighter than the farmer god's cauldron and did not have the power of a heavy weapon like the farmer god's cauldron that could destroy a large number of warships with a single sweep, it was more nimble. The alloy war god's right hand swung the big-headed black cudgel like a windmill. The alloy war god's cauldron blew up all kinds of warships without exception. This ambush was only a few million kilometers away. For the alloy war god, who was hundreds of thousands of meters tall, it was just a few dozen void leaps. In just a dozen breaths, Yi Xian had already rushed to this area of the void that was congested with a large number of fortresses and fortresses. Along the way, the farmer god's cauldron and the big-headed black cudgel had destroyed at least 200,000 to 300,000 warships of the enemy camp. At this time, a small number of the millions of warships and fortresses of various sizes that were congested in this corner of the void had already performed void jumps and successfully escaped. However, Yi Xian did not pay attention to them. There were still many enemy warships in front of him. He would pick the ones that were close to him first. As for the ones that had escaped, he would deal with them later. Take care of them. The next scene perfectly demonstrated the saying of a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and it was of the starry sky level. The alloy war god that was hundreds of thousands of meters in size was so huge that even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was just a dot in front of it. Not to mention that it was also carrying a cauldron and a black cudgel in each of its hands, which were also hundreds of thousands of meters in size. With a single sweep, almost a sea of warships and fortresses of various sizes exploded with a rumble. Such a scene was simply like the purgatory of the stars. As a large number of warships of various sizes exploded, countless starry sky experts of various races from both camps fell out. All of them cried out in horror and fled for their lives in the void. However, many of them were extremely unfortunate. In the process of fleeing, even if the strong wind swept by the farmer god's cauldron and the big-headed black cudgel brushed past them, they would instantly explode and die, turning into a rain of blood that splattered all over the void. The casualties were too tragic. A large number of lives were being lost every second. This was the true purgatory of the stars. Coincidentally, among the millions of warships of various sizes that were congested in this area, there happened to be a main flagship fortress of the enemy camp that was overseen by a half-rotten old ancestor. At this time, although this main flagship fortress had not been destroyed by Yi Xian, in the end, it was obvious that it would not be able to escape such an ending. This was because the charging of its void jump had not yet been completed, and the alloy war god was already only tens of thousands of kilometers away. It only needed one more large stride to reach it. In his panic, the half-rotten old monster overseeing this main flagship fortress could not sit still in the end. He directly rushed out of the flagship fortress, manifested his bloodline true body, turned around, and fled into the void in the distance. This half-rotten old monster came from various races of the second universe. He was one of the few half-rotten old ancestors left in the command council of various races of the second universe. Seeing that his bloodline true body, which was about 10,000 meters in size, was covered in green, and some parts had wrinkles like old tree bark, this was clearly a half-rotten old ancestor from the tree spirit clan. Old ancestor rotten. To put it bluntly, he looked like an old tree that had become a spirit. Chapter 4039. The words, "Where are you running to?" almost made the half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, spit out blood on the spot. This was too much of a bully, he even attacked him personally. Bang! In the next moment, a loud sound was heard. The alloy war god, who was holding the Shenong treasure cauldron in his left hand and the big-headed black stick in his right hand, had already arrived in front of him. With a sweep of the big-headed stick, before Ling Baopu could react, he had already been sent flying diagonally, at least 2 to 3 million miles away. Then, the devil cultivator royal brother Mo Jiefeng exclaimed softly in surprise, "Could it be that Tai Shuqing spirit? It actually didn't smash. It's just a piece of rotten wood. Could it be that you want to smash it twice? What a waste." Pfft. This time, Ling Baopu really vomited blood. It was unknown whether it was because he was angry or because he was smashed by the big-headed black stick. He spat out a stream of green liquid, and green stars circled in front of him endlessly. "Little bastard, you're going too far, $$. Without waiting for the little green stars circling above his head to completely disperse, the half-dead ancestor of the tree spirit clan had already started cursing on the spot, bursting out with vulgarities. A dignified half-dead old monster was actually scolded by a junior as rotten wood, saying that it was a waste of energy to not smash it with a single blow. This was simply a blatant humiliation, and it was too unbearable. Under the agitation in his heart, Ling Baopu did not escape. In any case, the opponent's speed was so fast that there was basically no hope of escaping. He immediately let out a furious roar, and his body, which was only about 10,000 feet tall, instantly expanded. A large expanse of green quickly spread out in the void. Swish! Swish! Countless sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and in the blink of an eye, Ling Baopu's figure was already like a towering tree, turning into an incomparably ferocious giant tree monster. At this moment, countless thick tentacle-like roots suddenly shot out from his body, like a net, with the original body as the center. It quickly spread out in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped a large area of the void as far as 1,000,000 miles away. This was the race's bloodline ability, the vine spirit sealing technique. Although these spirit vines could only cover a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, in this void that was shrouded by spirit vines, as long as there was any movement, the main body would be able to immediately detect it and form a certain degree of sealing effect. This was something that Yi Xian had practically noticed at the first possible moment. Because when he fought the world Dao Lord of the Tree Spirit Clan, Ling Puzi, in the root of all evil, he'd once encountered the latter execute this bloodline divine ability. It had to be said that this kind of tree spirit race bloodline ability was quite a headache to deal with. In the void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, countless green vine tentacles that looked like spirit snakes were extremely entangled. But comparatively speaking, this kind of bloodline ability was quite beneficial to Yi Xian, and he had benefited from it. As such, when the alloy war god suddenly saw him, he was stunned for a moment, but soon broke into a grin. At the same time, the expected sound of the system notification suddenly rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering wood essence. Effect: it is possible to increase the grade of the Shinnong exotic flame. Would you like to extract it immediately? As expected, he had encountered another opportunity to absorb a large amount of wood essence. This dense patch of green spirit vines that covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles had originally given Yi Xian quite a headache, but after encountering such a turn of events, it was as expected. It was like a pie falling from the sky. The so-called extraction was actually very simple. It was to use the Shinnong exotic flame to burn the green spirit vines in the void ahead. During this burning process, the spirit vines would wither and turn into ashes, and the wood essence contained within would be directly absorbed by the Shinnong exotic flame, becoming the growth of the Shinnong exotic flame. The energy and resources of the divine ability. The patch of spirit vines in front of him covered a large area of 1,000,000 miles in the void. Even if each spirit vine only contained a little bit of the so-called wood essence, the key was that there was a lot of it. According to Yi Xian's estimation, there was no extravagant hope of increasing the grade of the Shinnong exotic flame again. After all, the Shinnong exotic flame was already a 6-colored flame, far from what the original 2-colored flame could compare to. However, there were still some benefits. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, the Shinnong cauldron in his left hand instantly poured out a large canopy of dazzling Shinnong 6-colored flames towards the spreading and still expanding sea of green vines. Just as Peng Shinnong's 6-colored flames reached the edge of the spirit vine void and finally came into contact with the green spirit vines of varying thickness, a scene that made everyone's jaws drop and exclaim in shock occurred. Huff, slash, chi. The whistling sound of waves of flames rang out, followed by a dense and ear-piercing sound like boiling oil splashing on ice. The Shinnong's 6-colored flames, which were only 1,000 feet in diameter a moment ago, suddenly burst into flames the moment they came into contact with the edge of the spirit vine void. In less than a breath of time, it had already spread tens of thousands of miles. In an instant, it burned a dazzling hole in the spirit vine void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Ah, save me, this ghost flame is actually absorbing my wood spirit essence. This is the life source of my wood spirit clan. In the central domain of the spirit vine void, the half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, had a drastic change in expression. He let out an incomparably terrified scream, and his entire body began to tremble at this moment. For the experts of the wood spirit clan, the sea of green vines that was manifested by the activation of the bloodline true body was actually his main body. Once this vast sea of green vines was incinerated, no matter how vigorous the life force of the wood spirit clan was, it would still suffer. Even if they didn't die on the spot, their level of life would decline and the intelligence they had gained would disappear. They would turn into an ordinary piece of rotten wood. This was definitely an outcome that no wood spirit expert was willing to see and absolutely unacceptable. Unfortunately, Yi Xian would not care so much. The expert of the wood spirit clan he encountered this time was a half-decayed ancestor of the clan. The quality of the wood spirit essence contained in this vast sea of green vines was far superior to that of Ling Puzi, the Daoist child of heaven and earth of the clan. If he missed this village, there would be no such shop. Now that he had the opportunity to absorb freely, how could he miss it? Huff! In the blink of an eye, the Shinnong 6-colored flames burned fiercely. In just 2 or 3 breaths, this sea of green vines, which had already reached an area of 1,000,000 miles, but was still expanding outwards, was completely burned into nothingness. It was just as Yi Xian had guessed before. Due to the fact that it had already evolved to the level of a 6-colored flame, even though it had absorbed more wood spirit essence than before, the grade of the Shinnong heavenly flame did not increase again because of this. Chapter 40. With the death of the half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, the sea of green vines that his body had transformed into completely vanished. All the wood spirit essence in his body had been absorbed by Yi Xian's Shinong's six-colored flame. The surrounding void once again fell into a deathly silence. Then, there was a large number of hissing sounds and gasping sounds. Suddenly, soft exclamations rang out. "This is really too amazing. What a powerful flame. No wonder it could trap 4 half-dead ancestors at the same time." A half-rotten old ancestor, a powerhouse of the wood spirit clan known for his vigorous vitality, only lasted for a few breaths of time before he was completely annihilated. Now it seems that the previous half-rotten old ancestor was too lucky. He had the help of an immortal old monster and escaped from a similar six-colored sea of flames. Otherwise, the final result would have been the same as now. He would have been killed in a short period of time. Heaven-defying. The demon cultivator royal brother Mo Jinfeng of the 5 great monsters is really heaven-defying this time. This is definitely the rhythm of a plane-level Star War by himself. Apart from the immortal old monster, who else would dare to mention the word suppress? As for Sao, Long Xixia, and Gong Shouxin, who had just experienced the power of the Shinong six-colored flame not long ago, were now extremely pale. The half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, who was swallowed by the six-colored flame sea, reminded them of themselves. They were indeed too lucky before. If not for that, they would have died long ago. Thinking of this, the 4 half-dead old monsters, as well as the other half-dead old monsters of the 2 camps, all made up their minds at this moment. No matter how this battle continued, they would never touch this bad luck again and jump out to fight the demon cultivator royal brother. Mo Jinfeng, this god of slaughter, fighting in close quarters was definitely courting death. Everything happened so fast that in the void tens of millions of miles behind the 2 enemy camps, the 11 undying old monsters, who had been hiding in a parallel space and only left a strand of their soul consciousness in the star area, didn't even have time to react. They had originally decided to attack Yi Xian, because from the current situation, not only was the conventional force of more than 50 million warships unable to suppress the demon imperial brother Mo Jiefeng, even the combined forces of the dozen or so half-dead ancestors of the various races and top forces were not enough. This monstrous existence that was one of the 5 monstrous geniuses was the undisputed #1 person among the younger generation. He had truly displayed the ability to influence and even influence the situation of this planar-level starry sky war by himself. Unfortunately, before they could make a move, this half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan had already perished. In just a dozen breaths of time, tens of thousands of years of cultivation had all gone down the drain. After doing all this, the demon cultivator royal brother Mo Jiefeng acted as if he had only done a trivial matter. After turning around, he roared again, and the Shinong treasure cauldron and the big-headed black stick in his hands swept again, and once again rushed into the void where a large number of battleships were congested. Rumbling explosions and rumbling sounds rang out again, continuing without end. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes turned into fireballs in the starry sky. Roar! I can't take it anymore. I have to kill this little bastard immediately. An earth-shattering roar rang out. In the void behind the 2 expeditionary camps, the universe's starry sky was suddenly torn apart. One of the 11 undying old monsters had finally made a move. No wonder he was the first to lose control. This undying old monster obviously came from the 2nd universe, and perhaps he had a close relationship with the Wood Spirit clan. Because from the bloodline true body he had manifested, it was clear that he did not belong to any of the top 10 races of the 2nd universe. In the 2nd universe's plane, the top 10 races dominated the majority, but some of the smaller races that were ranked outside the top 10 also had undying old monsters. But just one undying old monster was not enough to ensure the prosperity of the entire race for hundreds of millions of years. Therefore, these races that were not in the top 10 would basically choose to form a private alliance with one of the top 10 races. And now, this undying old monster who jumped out first had such a relationship with the Wood Spirit clan behind him. Therefore, when he saw the half-dead ancestor of the Wood Spirit clan being killed, he had to do something no matter what. After all, the Wood Spirit clan did not have an undying old monster this time, so he was almost like half an elder to the half-dead Wood Spirit clan elite, Ling Baopu. This undying old monster was a sky-shattering green goat. At this moment, the bloodline true body he had manifested was 100,000 feet tall, comparable to the alloy war god. It was entirely green, and a pair of giant horns were said to have some kind of unique power, which was the key to this race's bloodline. It could perform some kind of powerful innate divine ability, and it was said that even the universe's firmament could rely on a pair of goats. Poke a hole in the horns. Unfortunately, he was destined not to have the chance to perform this rare innate divine ability in public today. This was because almost at the same moment when this sky-shattering green goat's true body rushed out of the parallel space and directly performed teleportation, arriving in the void of the battlefield thousands of miles away in front of the alloy war god in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already waved his hand and summoned the battle of time of the undying world in his body. After going through so much trouble, he had finally angered an undying old monster. He was ready to strike while the iron was hot and kill this undying green goat as quickly as possible. This way, he would not give the other undying old monsters any time to react. It was very likely that he would enrage all of them and kill them in one fell swoop. They would all rush out. In this way, his mission would be considered complete. Boom! A loud sound came from the void as the golden battle of time crossed in front of him. Within the alloy war god, Yi Xian immediately roared, "It's just an undying old monster. What are you being so arrogant for? Just kill it?" Following this roar, the Green Gold Emperor within the battle of time also received the order to attack with all his might. In the next instant, within the core node of the battle of time's central domain, the Green Gold Emperor did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately took action. Within the thousands of beehive nodes, the 10 purple gold slime kings and the tens of millions of gold slime kings also fully activated the power within their bodies at this moment, and a shocking pressure rapidly condensed. A faint buzzing sound rang out, and invisible ripples instantly spread out from the Green Gold Emperor's body, entering the 4 walls of the core beehive nodes, and then along the pipes connected to the outer walls, instantly transmitting out. At this moment, all the tens of millions of slime kings within the beehive nodes trembled. Chapter 4041. In an instant, countless rays of purple gold brilliance rushed into the 4 walls of the beehive node as if they had a mind of their own. They followed the pipes on the outer wall and surged towards the core beehive node where the lapis gold slime emperor was located. All of this happened in less than half an instant. In just half an instant, the dense golden-purple radiance converged from the thousands of beehive nodes. After entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node located in the center region of the 9th ring inside the giant horns suddenly shone brightly. A scorching purple-gold light suddenly burst out. Everything that happened next was as expected. The core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely turned into a purple-gold world. Waves of purple-gold ripples spread out along the warcloth. In front of the mouth of the huge horn, a purple-gold fan-shaped ripple was derived, as if it was a dazzling purplish-gold tide pushed forward. Walala! The purple-gold tide of time flowed past, and the invisible power of the universe's time laws appeared, freezing the body of the sky-breaking green sheep thousands of miles away. For a moment, it couldn't struggle at all. Immediately afterward, as this strange purple-gold tide pushed forward like a tide, its huge true body instantly changed. The first thing to bear the brunt was the 2 most conspicuous huge intestine goat horns on his head. They were originally bright red like blood, but now, in less than half an instant, they had changed. They were as red as blood in half an instant, completely dimmed. Immediately after, as the purple-gold tide flowed past its body, the originally lustrous fur of the sky-breaking green sheep's enormous true body also quickly dimmed without any suspense. The green luster disappeared, and large pieces of fur fell off, floating into the void of the universe, turning into ashes. All of this, whether it was the sky-breaking green sheep or the other 10 immortal old monsters behind the 2 great expeditionary camps, who were still hibernating in the parallel space and only left a wisp of divine sense to pay attention to the situation of the battle in this star field, were all caught off guard. They didn't know that not long ago, Yi Xian had killed or captured 4 undying beings in this star field, but through Yi Xian's battle of time and the scene of the half-rotten ancestor almost dying miserably and being captured alive, they were able to analyze this strange purple gold. The power of the tide could last for 30,000 years. Even one of the immortal realm old monsters had calculated the number of waves of the purple gold tide that could be triggered by the Time War Raja, which was 3 waves. But even so, they still did not expect Yi Xian to act so quickly and decisively. This freak that was formed from 5 great monstrous geniuses was simply on the verge of piercing through the heavens. How audacious! He was merely at the Region Lord realm, yet he actually didn't hesitate at all when facing the attack of an Eternal Realm expert, and he didn't even give it any thought before utilizing the Warcry of Time and activating it on the spot. It was to the extent that they didn't even have the time to react. The sky-breaking green sheep that had just leaped forward was frozen on the spot. Moreover, its enormous body had instantly fallen into defeat from the impact of the second wave of the purple gold tide. After all, it was an extremely long period of time that had instantly flowed through its bloodline, and no one would be able to endure it. At this moment, the sky-breaking green sheep who'd suffered an attack that was practically like a sniper attack was completely stunned. The domineering descent that was supposed to happen had actually become like this. When did the deterrent force of an Eternal Realm expert become so disregarded? Swoosh. In next to no time, before it could recover from its shock, the weak sound of waves resounded once more, and the second wave of the purple gold tide had arrived at this moment. This wave of the purple gold tide lasted for another 3 years in an instant. At this moment, the sky-breaking green sheep still hadn't recovered from its shock and daze from before when its enormous body had suffered an enormous misfortune once more. This time, besides large amounts of fur falling off, large amounts of flesh and blood had started to melt, and it was even to the extent that its internal organs and some golden bones had started to appear. The bright light in its eyes that was originally glowing brilliantly dimmed down swiftly. At this moment, the second wave of the purple gold tide had just arrived, and it hadn't completely flowed through it. In the blink of an eye, the second wave of the purple gold tide had vanished. At this moment, almost half of the internal organs on the enormous body of the sky-breaking green sheep that was originally filled with vital energy and blood could be seen. Moreover, its bones seemed to have decayed to the extreme. Within a short span of 2 seconds, this flesh and blood-treasured body had already been mercilessly eroded by 60,000 years of time. It was only an undying old monster. If it had been a universe-level great being, it would have already perished. However, right after that, the third wave of the purple gold tide came. Its speed was also extremely fast. In just an instant, it had already flowed through this decaying body. As the third wave of the purple gold tide faded away, the sky-breaking green sheep's 100,000 feet bloodline true body, which had already revealed its white bones and internal organs, began to completely collapse in the blink of an eye. A large amount of internal organs fell out of its abdomen and turned into ashes along with the purple gold tide. The golden bones were also scattered and disintegrated one after another. Similarly, they couldn't resist the corrosive power of the purple gold tide and turned into ashes and dissipated with a loud bang. A lifespan of 100,000 years was the limit of an ordinary Eternal Realm expert. This sky-breaking green sheep came from a race that wasn't very powerful in the second universe. Although it had gone through bitter training and finally stepped into the Eternal Realm, after all, the race's foundation was still there. In fact, it didn't have any heaven-defying methods or treasures. It was definitely just an ordinary Eternal Realm expert. In the past, its lifespan had been improved step by step, and in the process of finally evolving to the Eternal Realm, it had already consumed more than 20,000 years of lifespan. In fact, it was only left with about 70,000 years of lifespan. However, 3 waves of the purple gold tide represented the instantaneous passage of 90,000 years of lifespan. How could it withstand it? It could be said that, In fact, after the second wave of the time tide flowed, this eternal realm sky-breaking green sheep was almost completely annihilated. However, Yi Xian didn't intend to save the third wave of the purple gold tide for the purpose of conserving the kinetic energy of the war pull. After all, this was the last wave of the purple gold tide that the war pull could trigger today. There wasn't much meaning in leaving it behind. On the contrary, if this eternal realm sky-breaking green sheep was left with half of its life, in case it or other eternal realm experts had some kind of secret technique that could bring it back to life. As usual, it could once again erupt with the power of the eternal realm within a short period of time. Or it could simply use some kind of top-grade resources to recover part of its injuries and regain the ability to participate in the subsequent battles. That would be really not worth the loss. Chapter 40-42. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, killing this immortal stage green goat wasn't a big deal. He didn't even feel any joy in his heart. After all, just a few days ago, he had killed or captured 4 immortal rank old monsters in the Demonkin Star Field. Compared to the 4 immortal realm old monsters from the first universe, this immortal realm green sheep's strength could only be considered to be at the bottom, only at the early stage of the immortal realm. But this was only him. In the eyes of others, it was not so. At this moment, among the countless experts of the 3 opposing camps who were lingering in this vast void, except for the starry sky experts of the demon race camp, they had also witnessed the shocking battle a few days ago with their own eyes. Their nerves were thicker, and they were more tolerant of the scene that was happening today, so they did not pass. They were not surprised. Countless starry sky experts in the other 2 expeditionary camps, after a short moment of sluggishness, completely exploded in an instant. In the void, for a time, there were all kinds of shocked cries. Compared to the previous few half-dead old ancestors from various clans and top forces who were either killed or captured, the one who died today was a real immortal realm old monster. The shock was absolutely incomparable to that of the past. Oh my God, what happened? None of this is real. Illusion, it's definitely an illusion. Either the cultivation of that immortal realm green sheep is wrong, or there's something wrong with my eyes. An immortal realm green sheep, although it doesn't belong to a powerful bloodline race, it's an immortal realm old monster after all, right? But in the hands of the demon domain royal brother Mo Jinfeng, why do I feel that it's not even as good as those half-dead old ancestors before? Damn it, I feel the same. We must have opened it the wrong way. This scene can't be real at all. There must be something wrong with it. Immortal realm old monster. This is an immortal realm old monster, but he completely fell in just 3 breaths. Not even his corpse was left, only half of his bones were left lying in the void. It seems that the rumor is true. Mo Jeffing, the royal brother of the demon dweller, does have the ability to kill immortal realm old monsters. An immortal realm old monster of the Federation Senate fell in the demon dweller star area in the first universe. It must be him who did it. He's only at the region lord realm. Not only did he kill an ancestor who was on the verge of death, he actually instantly annihilated an eternal old monster. This is truly fucking lethal. Along with these tide-like discussions, the other 10 immortal realm old monsters in the void far behind the 2 opposing expeditionary camps finally reacted. Although their original bodies were all hidden in unknown parallel planes, from beginning to end, they had separated a strand of their divine sense to pay close attention to everything that happened in this first universe, the Demonkin Star Field. Therefore, the 10 immortal realm old monsters could be said to have witnessed the fall of this immortal realm skybreaker green goat. They hadn't reacted earlier because everything had occurred too quickly, and they didn't have the time to take any measures to deal with it. But now, after a short moment of being stunned, the 10 immortal realm old monsters finally returned to their senses. For a time, furious roars and roars resounded successively, but they were still unable to be heard by the outside world, and only they were able to hear them. We were careless and actually allowed Brother Yang to charge out by himself, causing us to be ambushed. A weapon of mass destruction. It really is a weapon of mass destruction. Every single wave of this violet gold tide of time represents the instantaneous passage of 30,000 years of time. In a short period of 3 breaths of time, 3 waves of violet gold tides are equivalent to the erosion of 90,000 years of time. I'm afraid none of us will be able to resist it. Trash. A bunch of trash. An army of over 50 million battleships and over 10 half-step Immortal Realm-old monsters were actually unable to destroy the last 3 waves of violet gold tides of time in Kidmo's possession. Yeah, we lost an Immortal Realm-old monster for nothing. But then again, we can't blame anyone for this. Brother Yang was too impulsive. He knew that kid had such a weapon of mass destruction, but he still rushed out recklessly. That's good as well. At the very least, the last 3 waves of violet gold tides of the Time War talisman in Little Mo's hand have finally been exhausted. Just now, this old man once again carried out a deduction. Now, I can already confirm that that great killing weapon will absolutely not be able to be activated again in a short period of time. This child has killed 2 immortal elders before and after. Whether it was the immortal elder of our Senate or the current old sheep, they both died in this battle of time. As for the other treasures in his hands, even the primordial supreme treasure Shenong Cauldron, which is known as the era's artifact, is not finished yet. Since that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Let's make our move immediately. The 3 Immortal Realm Masters appeared at the same time. We must suppress Little Mo at the first possible moment. If this old man's guess is not wrong, the Devil Dweller's ancestor will definitely not sit idly by and watch this child be killed by us. After all, this kind of peerless monster, even if it's a peerless monster, even in the 3 main planes of the starry sky, it's a rare sight that only appears once in a million years. The Devil Dwellers definitely won't give it up. Suppress. Immediately suppress. Our second universe camp will dispatch an Immortal Realm-old monster. Seconded. Our 10 absolute heavenly palace will accept the second Immortal Realm-old monster. If that's the case, our Federation Senate will not be willing to fall behind. This battle is just the right opportunity to avenge the death of an Immortal Realm-old monster not long ago. Roar! Roar! The decision was finalized. This time, the 10 Immortal Realm-old monsters no longer had any hesitation. The current situation of the battle was right in front of them. The Demon Dweller Royal Brother Mo Jinfeng, this monster, could no longer be suppressed by conventional forces. Even if he was given time to toss around like this, the more than 50 million battleships of the 2 expeditionary camps were very likely to be destroyed by him alone. At that time, the Immortal Realm-old ancestor of the Demon Dwellers would not appear again. Thinking of this, the 10 Immortal Realm-old monsters all felt a sense of urgency and pressure. The development of the situation was 2F** kept up, including the death of an Immortal Realm-old monster just now. All of this unknowingly affected their state of mind. The roar sounded very quickly. This time, it was not only heard by the circle of the 10 Immortal Realm-old monsters, but also by the countless experts in the entire Demon Dweller star field who were in the middle of a shocking battle in the starry sky. All of them heard it clearly. Hiss. An incomparably crisp sound of ripping silk came. In the distance behind the 2 expeditionary camps, the void was torn apart in 3 directions at the same time. Then, under the gazes of countless experts from the 3 opposing camps, 3 incomparably huge figures appeared, bringing with them a soul-trembling aura. Chapter 40-43. Hiss. Hiss. An incomparably clear sound of silk tearing was heard, attracting the attention of countless starry sky experts in the entire void battleground. At this moment, the universe void tens of millions of miles away once again fell into a dead silence. Everyone was shocked by the 3 immortal powers that suddenly appeared in the distant void. Originally, it was intense. The intense battle in the void battleground paused because of this. The entire universe void seemed to have been frozen. As soon as these 3 Immortal Realm-old monsters walked out of their dormant parallel space and stepped into the edge of the demon territory of the first universe, they immediately revealed their bloodline true bodies. None of them were humans. The bloodline true bodies they revealed were all 100,000 feet tall, comparable to Yi Xian's alloy war god. Although one of them came from the Tenju celestial palace of the human clan in the third universe, he was also not human. This Immortal Realm Old Monster was a frost crown ice crane that had been raised by the palace master of the Tenju Celestial Palace for many years. Its cultivation was not weak, having reached the peak of the early stage of the Immortal Realm. This frost crown ice crane was light blue in color, and there was even a wisp of dark blue mist above its head. It was said that this mist contained a strand of frost origin energy. This kind of creature was originally born in the extremely rare extreme cold profound cave in the starry sky. At this moment, as soon as the frost crown ice crane's 100,000 feet bloodline true body appeared, a dark light rushed out from behind its head and turned into a blue mist that covered the top of its head and protected its spiritual altar. This blue mist was the life item of this frost crown ice crane, called frost light. It was condensed from the essence of ice and snow that had existed for hundreds of millions of years in an ancient mystic ice cave in the universe. It could be transformed into hundreds of billions of pieces and had countless magical uses. It also had endless ice power. It was said that once it was fully unleashed, even the universe void could be frozen. The second figure was a creature that looked like a white elephant, but it did not have a long trunk. Its face was sharp and slender, like a fox spirit, and it had a huge bloody hairy tail behind it. This Immortal Realm Old Monster came from the Senate of the Thousand Luo Federation. He was a mid-stage Immortal Realm Grand Elder of the Federation, and his cultivation was the strongest among the 3 Immortal Realm Old Monsters. This bloodline was very rare. It was called the Elephant Fox Marten, and it belonged to a species from ancient times. It was said that this race of creatures appeared like white elephants with wings. It was said that they had the power to eat all the people and had the ability to descend. At this moment, as soon as this elephant fox marten appeared, a blue and white light appeared above its head. It was a rare treasure derived from its bloodline power, and it had endless magical uses. It was said that once a living being with a weaker cultivation base was enveloped by its light, they would instantly lose their soul essence and perish. Even the powerful existences in the immortal realm would lose their minds if they were trapped in the light of the magical treasures. The last Immortal Realm Old Monster came from the camp of various clans in the second universe. He was from the Blood Dragon clan, which was the most powerful clan among the top 10 clans in the second universe. This was a 3-clawed flood dragon. Its bloodline true body was activated, and it also showed a huge body that was 100,000 feet long. Its life form had not only evolved to the point where it grew 4 limbs, but it was suspected that it had entered the stage of transforming into a dragon. At the end of these 4 limbs, there were 3 claws, which gave it a part of the dragon's power. Above its head was a golden light, which was the life treasure of this 3-clawed flood dragon, which was called the Golden Flood Dragon. This Golden Flood Dragon's grade was extraordinary. It was a desolate antiquity supreme treasure, and the 3-clawed flood dragon had obtained it by chance. Since then, it had been treasured like a treasure. Even in a war, it rarely used it. It was said that it was collected from the remains of 2 flood dragons that were about to transform into real dragons in ancient times. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was condensed by the essence of the sun and the moon. Once it was used, 2 golden flood dragons could appear in the void. They moved back and forth in the air, protected by auspicious clouds. Even ordinary Immortal Realm Old Monsters of the same realm would be cut in half if they were caught off guard. They would die instantly. At this moment, as soon as these 3 Immortal Realm Old Monsters arrived, they roared at the same time and directly teleported, appearing in the void thousands of miles in front of Yixian. They formed a triangle shape and surrounded the alloy war god, who was 100,000 feet long. Roar! Screech! Screech! Little Imo, I'm here. Today, you will definitely die. Hurry up and suppress him. Amidst the angry roar, the ice spirit cold light above the cold crown ice crane's head suddenly shone brightly, turning into a blue fog that covered tens of thousands of miles in the void. It rapidly shot toward the alloy war god. Along the way, clear cracking sounds could be heard. The rumors in the outside world were true. The ice spirit cold light bloodline ability of this cold crown ice crane was suspected to have been refined from a wisp of ice origin. At this moment, its power was unleashed, and the void of the universe along the way was frozen. The golden light above the head of the three-clawed flood dragon from the blood flood dragon clan of the second universe also shot over. It was the fastest and in the leading position. Although the golden light was not huge, only about 1,000 feet long, there was a shadow of energy following behind it. It was clearly two golden flood dragons that were 10,000 miles long. At the same time, the elephant fox marten that looked like both an elephant, a fox, and a marten activated the bloodline in its body at the first moment. The blue and white light that was originally suspended above its head instantly bloomed with a brilliant light, turning into a giant light that covered tens of thousands of miles in the void and shot toward the alloy war god. Although they were still far away, the countless starry sky powerhouses of the three camps in the vast void suddenly felt their hearts tremble at this moment. Just looking at this strange white light directly, they almost lost their minds, causing their faces to change drastically. They no longer hesitated and even looked at the original starry sky powerhouses of the three camps in front of them. Without hesitation, they did not even care about the upcoming battle. No matter which camp they were from, they all retreated bravely. What a joke! This was the simultaneous attack of three immortal realm old monsters. If they stayed in the nearby void of the universe, they would definitely be implicated. And now, the high-end strength of the immortal realm had already taken action. The final result of this battle would definitely be decided as a result. As the conventional strength of the three camps, the following battle basically had nothing to do with them. It would be best if they retreated to an extremely far distance and watched the battle from afar. If they felt that something was wrong, at most, they could just act out a play and cooperate with sporadic exchanges of fire. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in just 3 short breaths. And at this moment, after the countless starry sky experts and various warships of the 3 opposing camps in the surrounding void retreated as if they were avoiding the plague, the alloy war god, who was 100,000 feet tall, unexpectedly let out a cold snort. His figure stood in the void, towering and motionless. He had no intention of escaping or dodging at all. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a boundless purple-gold sea of lightning instantly scattered out. At the top of the sky, an imperial seal that exuded endless emperor's might was spinning. Chapter 40-44. The cold top ice crane, the elephant fox mink, and the 3-clawed flood dragon all transformed into their bloodline true forms and charged towards Yixian. The cold top ice crane's ice soul cold light transformed into a blue mist that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of li. The bluish-white light above the elephant fox mink's head also blossomed and transformed into a giant radiance that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of li. The golden light above the 3-clawed flood dragon's head also shot over. It was the fastest, leading the way. Although the golden light wasn't huge, only about 300 meters long, it was followed by a mass of energy phantoms. Those were clearly 2 10,000-mile-long golden flood dragons. These 3 attacks were all formed from the bloodline talents of the immortal old monsters, but Yixian ignored them completely. The invincible war god's majestic figure stood in the void without any intention of escaping or dodging. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a boundless purple-gold sea of lightning appeared and an imperial seal that exuded boundless emperor's might spun around. Screech! Immediately after, a loud whistle that pierced through the clouds rang out as a purple-gold figure rushed out from the emperor's might seal. It was a tiny sparrow that was only a foot long. It was extremely adorable, but its entire body was emitting boundless lightning. The purple-gold electric arc stretched and retracted endlessly. At this moment, the lightning spirit appeared. Among the 3 immortal old monsters, the elephant fox mink from the Myriad Luo Federation's Senior Elder Hall, the elephant fox mink from the Myriad Luo Federation's Senior Elder Hall was the strongest. He had already reached the middle stage of the immortal realm, while the other 2 were both at the early stage of the immortal realm. The iridescent flame lightning sparrow that was suppressed by Yixian a few days ago and refined into the lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal was originally at the peak of the middle stage of the immortal realm. It was only a step away from reaching the late stage of the immortal realm. Although Yixian had only extracted a trace of the lightning essence from the iridescent flame lightning sparrow's body and refined it into the lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal, with the support of the Rai-D seal, the Thunder Spiritual Sparrow's cultivation was still at the peak of the middle stage of the immortal realm. This was also because Yi Xian's cultivation was too weak to fully activate the power of the Rai-D seal. Otherwise, this Thunder Spiritual Sparrow would have been even stronger, but now, it was enough to deal with the 3 immortal old monsters. After all, the D seal's power was the seal. This was also the reason why Yi Xian's figure didn't move at all. He didn't put the 3 immortal realm old monsters in his eyes at all. In fact, when he saw the arrival of the 3 immortal old monsters, he was even pleasantly surprised. Previously, when the other party was unprepared, he had already killed an immortal old monster with the last 3 waves of the Time War. Now, if these 3 immortal old monsters were all trapped with the Emperor's seal Thunder Sea, the other immortal old monsters who were still hibernating in the parallel space would definitely not be able to sit still. Once they rushed out of the parallel space where they were hibernating and entered the demon domain of the first universe, everything would be settled, and Yi Xian's mission would be considered complete. Whoosh, rumble. Kacha. At this moment, as the Emperor's seal Thunder Sparrow rushed out, this corner of the universe void instantly exploded with thunder and lightning. From the cyan gold Rai-D seal that was spinning non-stop in the sky above, a river of thunder suddenly burst out. Without any suspense, it directly enveloped the blue mist formed by the Ice Soul Cold Light bloodline ability that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of miles, as well as the green and white light that shot out from the head of the elephant fox ferret, and the life treasure of the 3-clawed flood dragon, the golden flood dragon. The 3 bloodline divine abilities and natal ultimate treasures were instantly drowned by the sea of lightning without even a flutter. Pooh! Poo-Piu, the cold top ice crane, the elephant fox ferret, and the 3-clawed flood dragon were all caught off guard. They were all implicated. Because of the backlash, they all spat out arrows of blood. Dark blue, green-white, and light gold blood splattered all over the sky. Even their figures paused in the void. A complicated expression of grief, indignation, and shock appeared on their faces. They wanted to retreat as soon as they thought about it. However, it was already too late. Screech! A violent roar soared into the sky, resounding through tens of millions of miles of the void. The speed of the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit was extremely fast. Although its body was only a foot long, extremely inconspicuous, with a flap of its wings, it had already circled around the 3 slightly injured immortal old monsters in a short breath. Wherever its body passed, the sea of thunder instantly spread. By the time the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal finished circling, the 3 immortal realm old monsters were completely trapped. There was only a 10,000-mile-wide space around them, and they were surrounded by a vast sea of lightning. The purple-gold thunderbolts and lightning kept roaring. They didn't dare to take a single step forward. In the narrow void of the central Thunder Sea domain, Yi Zichen was stunned. All of this happened too quickly. By the time the countless starry sky powerhouses of the 3 opposing sides realized what had happened, the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit had already let out another roar and rushed into the vast sea of thunder that covered an area of 1,000,000 miles and disappeared. No one would think that the lightning spirit had entered for fun. Even though its figure was small and seemed to be completely harmless, with a single flap of its wings earlier, it had caused such a large sea of lightning to firmly trap the 3 undying beings. Its methods were decisive and ruthless to the fullest. There was no doubt that the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit had rushed into the sea of thunder and disappeared in an instant. Its only purpose was to lie dormant and wait for an opportunity to attack. It could attack at any time. The 3 immortal old monsters were all weaker than it. In a one-on-one battle, none of them could resist. Their strength was already in danger at this time. But this was not all, because in addition to the Emperor's seal Thunder Sparrow, the Alloy War God, who was 100,000 feet tall, also rushed into the sea of thunder after sneering. With the protection of the Rai-D seal's domain, the Alloy War God entered the sea of thunder, just like when he entered the sea of flames formed by the Shenlong's 6-colored flame. It was like entering an uninhabited land and was completely unaffected. When his figure rushed in, his left hand was still holding the Shenlong cauldron that had shrunk to 100,000 feet in size, and his right hand was dragging the Shenlong pestle that had transformed into a fierce club. As his figure disappeared and rushed into the sea of thunder, the countless powerhouses of the three opposing sides in the distant void all trembled subconsciously. This lord was not a good person. At this moment, he was dragging the big-headed black club and rushing into the sea of thunder. Clearly, he wanted to use the cover of the sea of thunder to raise the big-headed black club in his hand at any time and beat the three immortal old monsters. This was too freakish. Previously, he had only bullied the half-ancestor old monsters. In the blink of an eye, he had begun to bully the real immortal old monsters. And three at once. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Chapter 40-45. What was happening in front of them was too shocking. Countless experts from the three opposing camps were shocked. In a short time, three real immortal old monsters were trapped and faced the danger of being suppressed. In the distant rear void, the last 7 immortal old monsters finally could not sit still. For the first time, they lost their composure and roared endlessly, "Hurry up and kill this bastard! Thunder Source Supreme Treasure! It's actually a Thunder Source Supreme Treasure! How many more secrets does this kid have? How many top-level Supreme Treasures does he have? This is too much. I've never heard of such a lucky person. Did all the top-level Supreme Treasures in the world fall into his hands? And that Sparrow Thunder Spirit is actually at the middle stage of the immortal realm. Its aura is clearly familiar. No, I've clearly caught a wisp of this aura before. This Thunder Spirit Sparrow is actually an immortal old monster who died here a few days ago. Its origin was extracted and refined into a Thunder Spirit. Oh my God, it turns out that this is not the doing of the great ancestor of the demon race, but this young man who is one of the 5 great evildoers. He actually suppressed a Thunder Sparrow. There's nothing to say. Let's attack together. We must rescue the 3 of them. There's no need to wait any longer. The biggest threat to the demon race is not the so-called great ancestor. No wonder he hasn't dared to show up. The real biggest threat has always been this young evildoer. Kill him. The demon race must die. Rumble, hiss, hiss. With these exclamations, the last 7 immortal old monsters of the 2 expeditionary camps finally understood. Without hesitation, they tore the void and stepped out of the parallel space where their true bodies were hibernating. They wanted to descend to the demon race of the first universe. Although they had previously regarded Mo Jiufeng as the target of this expedition, it was a secondary target because they did not regard him as a real existence of the same level. They thought that even if he had the ability to suppress and kill the immortal old monsters, he must have relied on the Starry Sky battle to do so. But now it would seem like their main target wasn't the great ancestor of the demon race at all, and it was this young devil that was constantly jumping about before them who was the greatest threat. He possessed too many top-rate precious treasures, and his natural talent was even horrifying. Moreover, his comprehension ability and creativity in various aspects caused others to feel despair. Now, he was merely a region lord now, and he was far from fully maturing, yet a few Eternal Realm experts had already perished at his hands. Moreover, only Fan Huang was able to flee from the half-rotten ancestor. If he was given enough time to fully mature, the 3 universal planes would become his territory. This was the supreme majesty of aiming to be the sole overlord of the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Presently, the important matter at hand. 7 immortal old monsters had descended. At this moment, the entire expanse of space was suffused with an extremely murderous and shapeless pressure. Even if they were a few tens of millions of kilometers away, the countless experts of the 3 opposing sides couldn't help but tremble. In the past, most of them hadn't even seen a single hair of an immortal old monster, but everything that had occurred today was too shocking. Earlier, merely the simultaneous descent of 3 immortal old monsters had caused the countless experts and various battleships of the 3 sides to retreat swiftly like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. Now, another 7 immortal old monsters had arrived at the same time. Although they were still far away, at least 30 to 40 million miles away, the pressure formed by the combined aura of the 7 immortal old monsters was too horrible. Their figures trembled as all of them stopped fighting, and they didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. In a short period of time, A total of 11 immortal old monsters had appeared in the battlefield and its surroundings. One had perished, but 10 were still alive. And the 7 immortal old monsters who had just arrived were clearly about to attack immediately. This was a battle between 10 immortal realm old monsters. It was hard to say whether or not the first universe could hold on and not collapse. They could only escape as far as they could, at least tens of millions of miles away, to ensure that they would not be caught in the crossfire. When the immortals fought, the immortals suffered the most tragic thing. No one wanted to experience it personally. In an instant, all the experts of the 3 camps, including millions of indigenous fierce beasts such as the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, all retreated into the distance. From time to time, they would attack and kill some experts of various races who had shown their bloodline true bodies. These guys were really a group of qualified eaters. They didn't forget to store food even when they were escaping. Has this moment finally come? We have all arrived, and the real war is about to begin, but it also means that the complete end of this starry sky war is imminent. Make a move, save the 3 of them, deal with this devil cultivator Jr. Don't leave him alive, just kill him on the spot. This kind of monster, heaven and earth cannot tolerate, today must not let him live. It's just a pity, this kind of monstrous genius, even in the 3 main star planes, is rarely seen in a million years. In the end, he was born in the wrong place, actually a devil cultivator, destined to not be able to grow up. Rumble. In just a short breath, the 7 immortal old monsters had all descended, as if they were certain that Yi Xian would be completely killed soon. From the tone of their words, they were not as anxious as before, showing a sense of leisure, as if they were making a judgment. In the next moment, the 7 immortal old monsters activated the bloodline in their bodies at the same time. Except for the 4 immortal old monsters from the 2 camps of the human clan, the other 3 all showed their respective bloodline true bodies, all of which were 100,000 feet in size. Of course, for an immortal old monster, if there was a secret method to stimulate their blood and chi, 100,000 feet was obviously not the limit, but that was completely unnecessary. As an immortal old monster, unless they were on the road of body refining, it was rare for them to rely on their blood and chi to fight. The real horror of an immortal old monster was that they mastered the power of the laws of the immortal old monster. The 7 immortal old monsters' voices fell, and they had already used their own magical means. In the blink of an eye, the universe void 2 to 3,000 miles away was completely dazzling, and all kinds of magical energy bloomed and intertwined. This scene was dazzling, but it also made one's soul tremble. Such a terrifying power, as if the heavens had appeared. It was afraid that there would be no problem at all if this piece of void was completely shattered. It was also at this moment that a pressure that resembled the might of the heavens suddenly descended without any warning. Gotcha! Finally, are they all out? Chapter 40-46. This crimson bolt of light with a diameter of 10,000 feet was too shocking. Even the divine abilities of immortal realm old monsters could not achieve such power. Yi Xian's Emperor Seal Thunder Sea and Shin Nong Flame Sea could not do this either, because as soon as it appeared, it had already burst into endless crimson light, shooting hundreds of millions of miles away, illuminating the entire demon domain. The demon domain covered hundreds of millions of miles, but at this moment, it was completely illuminated by this crimson bolt of light. There was no blind spot in the entire domain, all of it reflecting a faint crimson light. It was also because of this strange crimson light that the demon domain was completely sealed off. Even the divine abilities of immortal realm old monsters could no longer tear through the void and quietly escape. Only by crossing the void with one's physical body could one rush out of this area sealed by the crimson bolt of light. Finally, have they all come out? Accompanied by the appearance of this crimson bolt of light, an indifferent voice with endless coldness sounded out. From the direction where this crimson bolt of light first appeared, a thin, long-haired old man wearing a crimson robe slowly stepped out, stepping on the void. Looking at his feet, it was clear that he was taking a stroll, but with each step, his figure was at least 10 million miles away. In 2 or 3 breaths, he had already arrived at the edge of this void battlefield from the depths of the demon domain hundreds of millions of miles away. Hands behind his back, he stood still in the void. This person was the second-generation ancestor of the demon domain. At this moment, with his unexpected arrival, the countless starry sky masters of the three opposing camps, who had retreated to the extreme distance, had already fallen into a dead silence. Their eyes were either burning or filled with shock, but they all gathered together, not daring to look directly at him, nor could they look directly at him. In their eyes, this existence in a crimson robe was clearly surrounded by endless strange images. Some were ancient battlefields in the starry sky, while others were ferocious beasts being killed one after another, with golden blood spraying across the sky. Their auras were all very powerful. At the very least, he was a half-rotten ancestor. These images were divine images. They were the celestial battlefields that this second-generation descendant of the demon had experienced in the ancient times. They were the powerful ferocious beasts that he had personally killed in the ancient blood battles. At this moment, they were being projected in the form of divine images, and they were rapidly increasing his strength. The aura in his body, in the blink of an eye, had stepped into the realm of Marquis from the peak of ordinary immortal realm. As soon as this crimson bolt of light burst out, the 7 immortal realm old monsters who had just arrived in another direction suddenly stopped, and the divine ability they had just used was all interrupted. At this moment, a look of horror appeared on their faces. One of the Undying's body was trembling. Even an Undying was shocked to the point of stuttering, haven't you been waiting for this old man to appear? I'm here." With his hands behind his back, the blood-colored figure stood proudly in the distance and said indifferently, the second-generation descendant of the demon race. "I am Lord Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of exclamations and screams rang out in the void tens of millions of miles away. "Run! God d****, who's in charge of the information? He doesn't even know that the demons have an official level Undying, and he's only a second-generation descendant. Fengho. He's actually an official, even 10 normal Undyings wouldn't be enough to kill him. No, the void has been sealed. Marquis Feng's law divine ability is not something we can forcefully break through. We can only use our physical bodies to cross the void and rush out of this sealed starfield first. Let's split up. That's the only way we'll have a chance of survival. As for who lives and who dies, it all depends on fate. Everyone take care of yourselves. I will take my leave first. Boom! Swish, swish, swish. Amid the screams, the 7 Undyings didn't say anything else. They turned around and fled in different directions. This scene fell into the eyes of countless great beings of the 3 opposing camps who had retreated extremely far away. In the demon race camp, the first demon emperor suddenly roared and waved his hand in the direction of the 2 conquering camps. "Boys, the ancestor is here. Our race will definitely win. Kill him." Boom! Rumble, howl. In the demon camp, all the demon experts on the battleships cheered thunderously. The roar of the battleship's cannons once again rang out in the void, and a dense rain of energy beams shot towards the 2 opposing camps. Millions of ferocious beasts also cheered and rushed to the battlefield, beginning the final harvest. Every ferocious beast's eyes shone with green light. In their eyes, there was only delicious food in the future. In an instant, the void was chaotic again, but the situation was one-sided. The 2 opposing forces, which were originally full of momentum, turned around and fled. Whether it was the Undyings at the high-end battle strength level or the tens of millions of battleships at the conventional battle strength level, all turned around and fled. Although this battle wasn't over yet, the final result was decided in advance at this moment. The demon race had won a great victory. What they were doing now was just to follow up the victory and expand the victory. Facing this scene, the 3 Undyings who were trapped by Yi Xian's millions of miles of Thunder Sea were the most sorrowful and indignant ones. They were the cold-top ice crane, the elephant fox ferret, and the 3-clawed flood dragon. At this moment, the army of 50 million battleships was fleeing in all directions. Especially the 7 immortal old monsters who had just arrived and had not had time to attack. They turned around and fled in different directions without saying a word. The 3 immortal old monsters were so sad that they were about to cry. This was really a bad start and a bad friend. If the 7 Undyings had joined forces and risked their lives to attack, they might have had a chance to save the 3 of them from the millions of miles of Thunder Sea. At that time, wouldn't it be better for everyone to escape together? Why did they have to leave the 3 of us here to be trapped by the Sea of Thunder? It was clearly the rhythm of death. It was 2F** King Disloyal. It was simply a scam. Don't you think it's too late to escape now? This old man has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Seeing the 7 Undyings as soon as they met him, they immediately turned around and fled in different directions after screaming. The second-generation ancestor of the demon race standing in the void was not anxious at all. His words were still unhurried, and his figure didn't rush out at all. It seemed that he didn't want to chase after them. He intended to chase after them, but his words were equivalent to pronouncing the final fate of the 7 immortal realm old monsters. Only at this moment, the 10 Undyings, including the 3-clawed flood dragon, suddenly understood. Before this, they had been lurking in unknown parallel spaces, thinking that they were waiting for the appearance of the ancestor of the demon race. Chapter 4047. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the development of this planar-level battle could be described as a myriad of changes in an instant. The ups and downs from before had caused countless experts in the starry sky to feel as if their hearts were about to be unable to take it, but it was far from being able to compare to the scene before their eyes. Of the 11 immortal realm old monsters from the 2 attacking camps in the second and third universe, apart from the one who died at the hands of Jiefeng, the remaining 10 arrived in 2 groups in just a few minutes. After all, those were 10 Eternal Realm experts. If it was at any other time, then they would be sufficient to sweep through an entire universe. Yet now, the first 3 had been directly suppressed by the natural lightning quintessence that was merely at the region Lord Realm, Jiefeng, who'd utilized a natural lightning quintessence treasure. Subsequently, the last 7 Eternal Realm experts had just descended, and they hadn't even had the time to launch a single wave of attacks when all of them turned around and fled because of the domineering appearance of the devil race ancestor. Even if the 5 million plus native ferocious beasts were included, they only had a little over 20 million. The devil race army that was merely half the size of the 2 large expeditionary camps had launched a full counterattack at this moment. The disparity in strength was so huge, and the side with fewer warships was chasing the side with more warships. They were shouting and shouting, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. All of this was simply King Bullsh *T. It made people want to die. However, all of this was clearly merely the opening ceremony of the complete defeat of the 2 large expeditionary camps. Because no matter if it was the regular forces of the Devil Race army or their high-end forces, the Devil Race ancestor and Jiefeng, it was obviously impossible for them to let go of this opportunity to pursue victory so easily. Because it was a chance to expand the spoils of the battle. Don't you think it's too late to flee now? I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. When he saw the 7 Eternal Realm experts had just encountered him, and they immediately turned around and fled in different directions after letting out sharp cries, the second-generation devil ancestor who stood in midair spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the second-generation devil ancestor released his hands from behind his back, and then he turned around and swept his gaze towards the right. In the distance in this direction, one of the 7 Eternal Realm experts was the fastest. Even though he couldn't tear through space and could only traverse space with his body, he was still able to do so. In just a single breath of time, he had covered a distance of 20 million miles. His speed was almost twice that of the other 6 Immortal Realm old monsters. Obviously, because he was too eye-catching, this Immortal Realm old monster with a unique talent in speed unfortunately became the first target of the Demon People's Foundation ancestor. Rumble! The roar resounded, instantly spreading thousands of miles in the void. The demon ancestor was still standing in this void. The only movement he made was to raise his right hand and press toward the fastest Immortal Realm old monster. There was no change in the void. Only the rumbling of thunder could be heard. In less than half an instant, it had crossed 20 million miles in the void and arrived behind the fleeing Immortal Realm old monster. Then, it turned into a giant palm that towered into the sky. There was only the gorgeous light of the divine ability, and there were no overly complicated movements. It was just the simplest remote pressure, and it didn't even emit much pressure. It was absolutely calm. However, this giant palm that seemed to represent the might of the heavens was extremely fast. It was far faster than the immortal realm old monster who was fleeing at top speed. When it caught up with him in half an instant, it had already pressed down at the first moment. This immortal realm old monster came from the myriad Luo Federation Senate. He was not a human, not even a creature of flesh and blood. His body was an unknown crystal marrow. It was a miscellaneous mine that lacked mining value. For countless years, no force had paid attention to it. However, in the end, a piece of miscellaneous crystal marrow was born from a miscellaneous mine, and it gave birth to self-consciousness and spiritual wisdom. It became an extremely rare crystal marrow even in the three main planes of the starry sky. Crystal life. Speed was what it was good at. Right now, this immortal realm old monster of the crystal life shrank his body and showed his true body. A colorful, miscellaneous crystal with a radius of only 1 meter. Like a dazzling meteor, it streaked across the void and traveled 20 million miles in the blink of an eye. He even felt a sense of joy in his heart, because he felt that this great calamity had been averted. The 7 immortal level old monsters all turned around at the same time, fleeing in different directions. As a crystal life form, he was the most inconspicuous to begin with. He didn't have any blood energy around him, but he was the fastest. As long as the other 6 immortal old monsters could attract the attention of the terrifying demon dweller great ancestor and draw his attack away, then in just a few breaths of time, with his speed, he could rush out of this demon dweller star field. No matter how powerful the immortal realm old ancestor of the immortal realm was, he was only an marquis immortal. Even an emperor immortal couldn't completely seal off an entire universe. Only an emperor immortal could do that. Therefore, he was sure that it was only the immortal realm that was sealed. As long as he rushed out of the immortal realm, he could tear open the void and step into the void crack at any time. Then he could escape far away, and there would be no trace of him. Unfortunately, this was destined to be an extravagant hope. In the blink of an eye, the second immortal realm old ancestor's giant hand slapped down. Ka-cha! Ka-cha-cha! A crisp cracking sound came from the void. There wasn't even a rumbling sound of energy explosion. This immortal realm early-stage crystal life form, which was originally shooting out at an extremely fast speed, suddenly stopped in the void. His body, which was only a meter tall, instantly cracked inch by inch, and finally bloomed into a rain of light. A dazzling rain of light scattered in the void. An immortal realm old monster had fallen just like that. This scene was too shocking. Even though they were all immortal realm, the gap between an immortal realm old ancestor and an immortal realm old ancestor was so huge. The immortal realm old ancestor was 20 million miles away from the void, but the immortal realm old ancestor just raised his hand and pressed down, and the immortal realm old ancestor was completely annihilated without any chance to struggle. In the void, the originally fierce starry sky land, the earth-shattering roar that resounded through the skies slowed down again. Countless immortal realm masters from the 3 opposing camps were all shocked by this shocking scene. For a moment, they forgot what they were doing. Originally, immortal realm old monsters were invincible beings like gods in their hearts, but now it seemed that even immortals could be reduced to ants. Chapter 40-48. The 7 undying old monsters all fled in different directions. That undying old monster was not a flesh and blood life form, but a rare crystal life form. He was originally the fastest, but when he revealed his true form, a meter-wide crystal, he transformed into a dazzling meteor and shot out. In just a breath's time, he had already reached 20 million li. His speed was almost twice that of the other 6 undying old monsters. This was simply too shocking. Such speed made the other 6 undying old monsters envious, because at this time, facing an official level undying, speed represented a chance of survival. However, no one expected that this crystal life form that was the fastest, the one that fled the furthest, the one that crossed 20 million li of space in a single breath of time, would actually be the first to be suppressed. The demon race ancestor didn't even move his body. He just raised his right hand and slapped the space 10 million li away. When he pressed down, his dazzling body had already transformed into a shower of crystal light, scattering in the space. Just like that, he was annihilated. This scene made countless starry sky powerhouses of the three opposing camps who were fighting in the distance absent-mindedly. The other 6 immortal realm old monsters who were fleeing while paying attention to what was happening behind them were all horrified. Almost at the same time, they cried out involuntarily, "What? Crystal old monster actually died? How is this possible?" In a breath's time, he still couldn't escape 20 million li. Just by pressing the space, he killed a normal undying. This is definitely not an early official level. He is at least an intermediate official level, maybe even close to the late stage. This is only the second generation of the demon race ancestor? Then how strong is the first generation of the race ancestor? What a blunder! We came to the demon race star field in the first universe, we are simply looking for death. All of this isn't important. What's important is that he actually chose the fastest one first. This clearly shows that he's determined in his heart and doesn't intend to let anyone go. Could it be that we're going to be completely annihilated today? Halt. I am not willing, there must be a chance of survival. Fellow, no, elder, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us go, I will never step into the demon race star field again. In the blink of an eye, a comrade with the same cultivation as him was killed, and the other party just casually raised his hand and patted from 20 million miles away. All this frightened the other 6 immortal realm old monsters. They did not slow down at all. Instead, they moved even faster. However, the exclamations from their mouths were full of despair and unwillingness. Among them, there was even an immortal realm old monster who did not care about the face of an immortal realm old monster when he was scared out of his wits. His face and dignity began to beg for mercy. Usually, these immortal old monsters were all high and mighty. Even the younger generation of their respective clans might not have the opportunity to see the legendary immortal old ancestors of their clans until they reached a certain level, or if they did not show enough amazing talent. High and mighty, like a deity. However, in the face of this great calamity of life and death, the legends of these 6 immortal old monsters were mercilessly shattered, revealing the true faces of ordinary starry sky experts, and even more unbearable. This was easy to understand, because compared to ordinary starry sky experts, every immortal realm expert had to work extremely hard to reach their current heights. It was precisely because of this that they cherished their feathers and their lives more. Usually, when the crisis did not appear, they would naturally be majestic, but in the face of this great calamity of life and death, tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation could be destroyed in an instant. These so-called immortal old monsters, if their minds were firm, it would be fine, but if they were a little impetuous, they would show a face that was not even an ordinary starry sky expert could compare to. The higher one stood, the more afraid one would be of falling. This was the reason because once one fell, the fall would be even more miserable. Although the 6 immortal old monsters each cried out in alarm, and even begged for mercy without caring about their faces, their speed did not slow down at all. Instead, they sped up. Begging for mercy was just a struggle, but in the end, they still had to rely on themselves for this slim chance of survival. The second generation ancestor of the demon race started with the fastest crystal life form, which could be regarded as a kind of attitude. Today, it should be that all the immortal old monsters should be left behind, not one of them could be left behind. With horror and fear, the remaining 6 immortal old monsters could be said to have used all their means. They had even used all their strength to drink milk. The only thought in their minds was to escape. As long as they could escape from the demon race star field, then the slim chance of survival that they longed for would come. Pooh! In the distant void in the northwest corner, a dull loud sound suddenly came, and then, behind a stream of light shooting at an extremely fast speed in the void, a cloud of dark yellow smoke suddenly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In this void, there were some starry sky battleships of the 3 camps exchanging fire with each other, and tens of thousands of indigenous fierce beasts were hunting in the void for future food. But now, They were all completely enveloped by this strange dark yellow fog. They could no longer see because the speed of this strange dark yellow fog was too fast. There was simply no time for them to react, and they were all caught off guard. Almost in the next moment, this corner of the void fell into a complete silence. Originally, a small number of starry sky battleships of the three camps were exchanging fire, but almost at the same time, the tens of thousands of indigenous fierce beasts, who were originally very excited and roaring, were completely silent. The feeling it gave off was too strange. It was as if all living beings within 1,000,000 miles of this space shrouded in dark yellow fog had completely died. In fact, this strange dark yellow smoke covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles was like a living thing. With the second dull sound, the dark yellow smoke that originally only covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles suddenly soared, spreading to a radius of 5,000,000 miles in an instant, and seemed to have some kind of spiritual life. In this direction, it was moving towards the edge of the demon race star field. After half a breath, the void of 1,000,000 miles where the dark yellow smoke first covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles lit up, and the strange yellow smoke moved forward, revealing the scene in this area. Tens of thousands of battleships of various types stood there quietly, without any movement, like ghost ships, as if there was no one alive inside. In addition, there were tens of thousands of corpses of indigenous fierce beasts in the void, as well as the huge bloodline true bodies of some starry sky powerhouses of the enemy camp. They were all intact, but they had long lost their auras. Chapter 40-49. This immortal old monster, who had killed tens of thousands of indigenous beasts and all the starry sky experts in tens of thousands of battleships with a single fart, was indeed a yellow sky stinky weasel. He was an immortal protector from the human clan's science and technology camp in the third universe. His cultivation level was only at the early stage of the immortal realm. The name of the yellow sky stinky weasel was because of the bloodline talent of this group of people. Once they encountered an enemy, the yellow sky stinky weasel could emit a stench. Moreover, the amount was shocking, and it could turn an area of the starry sky into a yellow sky full of stench. At this moment, the reason why this immortal realm yellow sky stinky weasel used such a bloodline ability was obviously to hide its body and hide in this extremely stinky yellow smoke, using this opportunity to escape. The immortal realm yellow sky stinky weasel emitted a stinky yellow smoke that could cover an area of 20,000,000 miles, and its body was hidden in it. Generally speaking, if there was no irreconcilable enmity, even if the cultivation strength of the immortal realm yellow sky stinky weasel did have a crushing force, facing such a situation, it would generally not do anything. He would not continue to chase after them. After all, a radius of 20,000,000 kilometers was already a very vast area. Furthermore, this was a type of bloodline ability. This area that was enveloped by the stench of yellow smoke would move along with the yellow sky poisonous weasel's rapid movements. Moreover, this stinky yellow smoke also had the effect of isolating divine sense detection. It could be said that it was impossible to know where his body was hiding in this area. In addition, he was able to force an immortal realm yellow sky stinky weasel to use this bloodline ability that would cause quite a bit of damage to himself. His cultivation strength was definitely not too weak. Generally speaking, he was confident in his identity. It was impossible for him to be willing to take the risk of being suffocated by the stench and rush into the yellow smoke with his true body to carry out a detailed search. It was precisely because he had considered all of this that this immortal realm yellow smoke poisonous weasel, after the immortal realm crystal lifeform was killed by the Devil Cultivator Foundation ancestor with a single palm strike, did not care about the loss and price, and immediately used this kind of bloodline ability. That made people speechless. In his opinion, for an immortal realm old monster to use such a strange method in public, it was definitely a great loss of face. Moreover, this was merely for the sake of survival. If nothing unexpected happened, then this venerable Marquis realm ancestor wouldn't target him with all his might. So, it was no surprise that he was able to survive with this little life of his today. It's just a third-rate method. Such a race actually managed to produce an undying being. How strange. In the face of all this, the second-generation ancestor of the demon race was still unmoved. His figure stood in the void like a towering mountain. His gaze shifted from the dazzling rain of light formed by the collapse of the crystal life form, but a strange expression appeared on his face. Shaking his head, he sighed, "What a pity! Even though such a method of escaping is already at its limit, it's still useless against Lord Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, the second-generation ancestor of the devil cultivator attacked again. This time, it was the same as before. His figure was towering and motionless. He only raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion towards the void in front of him that was enveloped by the poisonous yellow smoke. Rumble. With a monstrous rumble, a towering giant claw whistled through the air and rushed into the yellow smoke, disappearing in an instant. Almost in the next moment, a series of chirping sounds suddenly came from the yellow smoke. The sound was not very loud, but it clearly reached the ears of all the starry sky experts of the three camps in the void of the battlefield. Obviously, these chirping sounds should have come from the mouth of an immortal realm old monster. Otherwise, it would not have such an effect. In the distant void, the yellow smoke was still there, but the towering giant claw that had rushed into the poisonous yellow smoke had already shot out from the other side of the yellow smoke in a short moment. The 5 fingers that were originally spread out were now closed, and in the palm of the giant claw, there was clearly a dark yellow beast with a third of its body. A golden-haired, long-tailed beast. It was only about 300 meters tall. It had a pointed head and sharp cheeks. It had triangular eyes, and its eyes were filled with intense fear. Moreover, it was filled with endless resentment. This was clearly a yellow sky poison rat wolf. However, when a normal yellow sky poison rat wolf revealed its true form, it was impossible for it to have such a huge body. This one had a huge cultivation aura. It was an extremely rare immortal rank yellow sky poison rat wolf. No, friend, please do not be impulsive. I can change sides and join the devil cultivator camp. Seeing that he had already used the poisonous gas talent ability that made him lose face, but the final result was still the same. He was easily captured alive by the devil cultivator Marky. At this moment, his entire body was held by the towering energy claw, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. This immortal realm protector from the human race science and technology camp begged for mercy on the spot. He was called a protector in the ancestral land of the Undying Dynasty, but in reality he was just a backdoor guard. After all, he was not a human, but a powerful immortal realm protector who was captured by the Elder Pavilion. When he was captured, he was soft-hearted and spared his life. Until now, he had reached the Undying Realm. It could be said that although this yellow sky venomous weasel had ascended to the immortal divine altar and even received a large amount of resources from the human race's everlasting dynasty to cultivate, it did not have much of a sense of belonging. This was the nature of this race. Now that he was captured, he naturally did not want to lose his life. He did not care about anything else and actually said that he could change sides in order to save his life. In another direction, in the distant space, another Undying Dynasty Elder Pavilion great being from the Undying Dynasty was livid. However, he did not stop moving and snorted coldly. "No need. Your race is naturally rebellious and unreliable. We devils cannot be trusted." In the face of the surrender of an immortal old monster, the eyes of the second-generation ancestor of the demon race did not even flicker. He shook his head firmly and then suddenly clenched his right hand that was raised in the distance. Bang! Almost in the next instant, in the void where the towering energy claw was located, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, followed by a cloud of yellow smoke that was so dense that it was almost impossible to disperse. The flesh and blood of this sempiternal realm yellow sky poison weasel was actually a dark yellow color. At this moment, its body was directly crushed by the gigantic energy claw. Not a single trace of color could be seen in the air. From this, one could see how poisonous the yellow sky poison weasel was. For life forms like this, the stench of the yellow sky poison weasel had already seeped deep into their bones. The second-generation ancestor of the clan refused to surrender without hesitation. At the very least, in just a few breaths of time, this was already the second immortal realm old monster that had fallen to the hands of the devil cultivator's ancestor. There were still 5 of them fleeing. Chapter 40-50. The cold top ice crane, the elephant fox mink, and the three-clawed flood dragon were all on the verge of collapsing from the pressure. Who would have expected the demon race's hidden ancestor to be an official level undying? If they had known this earlier, they would never have set foot in the demonic cultivator star area, even if they were beaten to death. They would not have even come to the first universe plane so easily. An official level undying was enough to easily suppress 10 normal undyings. Even though they were both undyings, they weren't on the same level. A normal undying had a lifespan of 100,000 years. An official level undying had a lifespan of 500,000 years. Just from this, one could see how big the difference was. This time, the big races and top powers of the two big planes only sent a total of 11 immortal old monsters, and they were all ordinary immortal old monsters. Originally, they thought that this kind of power was enough to easily crush the entire demon race, but the reality in front of them was just the opposite. The side that was originally the prey instantly turned around and became the hunters. And they, who were originally the high-end combat power of the hunters, were now trapped in a predicament. They didn't even have the chance to make a final struggle and escape. They didn't even have the slightest chance to survive. How could they endure this? It could be said that from the moment the undying official of the demon race arrived, the other 7 undying monsters immediately turned around and fled in different directions. The cold top ice crane, the elephant fox mink, and the three-clawed serpent were all trapped in the lightning ocean for 1,000,000 li, and the 3 undying monsters had all fled. They were in complete despair. At this time, he saw with his own eyes that of the 7 undying old monsters, in less than 10 breaths, 2 of them had already fallen to the demon marquee level undyings. The first to fall was one of the 11 undying old monsters, the one with the extreme speed talent Crystal Sheng. Life. The 3 old men were so shocked they forgot to close their mouths, their eyes filled with defeat. Mid-official level? He was actually mid-official level. Even if it was only an early marquee level existence, it was enough to easily suppress 30 to 40 ordinary undying old monsters, and this demon's foundation ancestor was actually a middle marquee level. Under such circumstances, 60 normal undyings couldn't even struggle. Even if they all charged and self-destructed, they would only be able to lightly injure him. As for escaping, forget it, don't think too much. It's getting late, it's time to wash up and sleep. A deep sense of despair welled up in his heart. At this moment, as the strength of this demon's foundation ancestor was confirmed to be at mid-marquee level, the cold top ice crane, elephant fox mink, and three-clawed serpent dragon trapped in a sea of lightning had completely lost all hope. They didn't even have the will to struggle. Because no matter how they struggled, the result would be the same. There was no suspense. At this moment, the 3 people who were hiding in a corner amidst the millions of miles of sea of lightning even had the thought of directly exploding themselves to end everything. At the very least, they would be able to preserve some dignity. It was better than being killed by the enemy. However, every immortal realm old monster had gone through tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation, coupled with all kinds of opportunities that were like good fortune, to reach the height of today. If they were killed by the enemy, there was no other way, but if they were asked to self-destruct and end their own lives, how resolute and decisive would that require? Courage? It could be said that in the face of such a situation, almost no immortal realm old monster would not hesitate at all. There would always be some hesitation and uncertainty. Even the cold top ice crane, elephant fox mink, and three-clawed serpent were the same. Peng! Just as the 3 undyings were hesitating, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out, followed by a miserable howl from the cold top ice crane. At this moment, the frost crown ice crane was the furthest back among the 3 imperishable old monsters. A gigantic black club that was 100,000 feet long silently extended from the sea of lightning behind it and knocked the back of its head without saying a word. This hit was too ruthless. The cold top ice crane's bloodline true body had shrunk to a size of 10,000 feet, and it fell into the lightning ocean below. It was already stunned, and its blue eyes were spinning in circles. If the 3-clawed serpent hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed it with its claws, it would have fallen into the lightning ocean. It would have definitely been burned to ashes. You want to self-detonate? Don't even think about it. You are all this king's captives. I have to make good use of you. I can't just kill you like this. In the next moment, Yi Xian's cold voice sounded out. Although his cultivation was weak and he was unable to sense the sudden chaos in the energy within the bodies of the three immortal realm old monsters, as if they were about to self-destruct, he was able to do so with the middle stage of the immortal realm thunder spirit. Through the connection between the master and servant, the latter immediately sent this news to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He stretched out his big head black rod and directly gave the ice crane a warning. It could be considered a punishment to 100. Yi Xian indeed didn't plan to kill these 3 undyings directly. A few days ago, when he faced the 4 undyings from the Myriad Races Federation of the First Universe, it was a completely special situation. Not a single one could escape, so he could only kill them from the start. It was the same for the undyings that he killed with the last 3 waves of the time warp. If he didn't kill that undyings, he wouldn't be able to force out the rest of them. However, if the situation permitted it, Yi Xian wouldn't be willing to easily kill an existence at the level of an immortal old monster if he could guarantee a captive. Of course, if there was a deep hatred, or if it was too disgusting and dangerous, such as the yellow smoke poison weasel, then it would be a different matter. That old man had fallen into the hands of the second-generation demon ancestor. Even if he fell into Yi Xian's hands, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. However, the 3 trapped glacial ice crane, elephantine fox mink, and 3-clawed flood dragon were a different matter altogether. Directly killing them wouldn't bring him any benefits. Keeping them alive for now was the only way to maximize his gains. However, just as he made this decision in his heart, the voice of the corpse ancestor, Ho Qing, suddenly sounded out in Yi Xian's mind, causing his body to freeze. His face revealed a stunned expression as he subconsciously turned his head to look at the cold top ice crane in the gap between the millions of kilometers of the Sea of Lightning. He subconsciously muttered to himself, "What? This damn bird actually has such a good thing on it? I've really hit the jackpot this time. I must skin it alive, I can't let it go." Emperor's Seal, immediately activate the lightning field to suppress it. I can't let these 3 families explode. This king will slowly deal with them. Chapter 4051. This could be considered a coincidence. Originally, Corpse Ancestor Hanba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, and Desolate Lady of Lightning had fallen into a deep slumber not long ago. But now, at the most critical moment, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing suddenly woke up, and after sensing everything in the outside world, he was the first to react. After sensing the outside world, he immediately sent a message to Yi Xian. This message was related to the cold top ice crane. During the Desolate Era, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing's cultivation was second only to the Supreme of the Desolate Era. His eyesight was naturally extraordinary. With just a glance, she could see that there was a strand of ice origin within the cold top ice crane's body. As for this strand of ice essence, it was extremely useful to Yi Xian. If he wasn't able to obtain it this time, then he would have to think of a way to obtain it in the future. Moreover, whether or not he would be able to find it was still a different matter. This was because of the other 4 Desolate Era cultivators sleeping within the smoke net. One of them needed a strand of ice origin to reconstruct her true body after waking up. There were a total of 7 Desolate Era cultivators sealed within the smoke net. Currently, 3 of them had already awakened. They were Corpse Ancestor Han Ba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, and the Desolate Mother of Lightning. Of the remaining 4, one was called the Jade Bone Ice Maiden. The Ice Maiden's true body was born in an innate cold cave that had been accumulating for hundreds of millions of years. She also cultivated the universe's ice laws. Thus, once she woke up, she needed a strand of ice origin to reconstruct her true body. Just like how Corpse Ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing needed a strand of Corpse Dao origin, the Desolate Mother of Lightning needed a strand of lightning origin. It was the same principle. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, this cold top ice crane's brain was strong enough. That staff strike just now didn't knock out its brain and cause it to die. Otherwise, once it died, Yi Xian wouldn't want to waste a single bit of resources and energy. He would definitely have the Imperial Seal Lightning Sparrow or the Rai D Seal absorb all of the energy in the cold top ice crane's remains, leaving behind the body to roast later. In that case, the precious ice essence in his body might really be wasted just like that. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. His cold voice rang out, "Thunder Spirit, attack immediately and kill this damned bird. Remember, leave its corpse behind and preserve as much of its energy as possible. This king has use for it." Upon hearing this, the cold top ice crane, which had just woken up from its slumber due to the three-clawed serpent dragon injecting a strand of energy into its body, shuddered in fright. It almost fainted again. It let out a sorrowful cry. Thank goodness it wasn't killed so easily. What the hell is this? Why did he change in the blink of an eye? Didn't you say you would take your time? Fellow Daoist, I'm not afraid of you. You'd better stay here and slowly torment me. As long as you don't take my life, everything else is negotiable. Whatever you need, I won't refuse. I'll definitely give it to you with both hands. It was very clear that the cold top ice crane had heard Yi Xian's words. It could tell that Yi Xian seemed to have other ideas and wanted to maximize his benefits. Although this was still tormenting them, at least there was a chance of survival. In the current situation, the three of them were most afraid of losing their lives over their wealth. As long as they had a need, nothing was a problem. That's right. This king does have a need, but there's no need to hand it over with both hands. Because you definitely won't give it to me. That's no different from killing you, or even worse. It's better for this king to take it himself. Yi Xian shook his head. His figure bobbed up and down in the sea of lightning in the distance. His tone was incomparably firm. He didn't waver in the slightest because of the cold top ice crane's surrender. This was because he knew that this strand of ice essence was definitely the most precious thing to the cold top ice crane. Once it was lost, it would be equivalent to an ordinary starry sky expert losing their Dao foundation. If that was the case, it would be better to just die. Moreover, in order to prevent the other party from knowing his intentions and taking extreme actions when he knew that he was going to die, causing the strand of ice source to be surprised, Yi Xian didn't even say what kind of benefits he was scheming against the other party. Although the three Immortal Realm old monsters were already suppressed by the power of the Rai D Seal's domain, the cold top ice crane was still an Immortal Realm old monster. It couldn't self-destruct. All it could do was destroy the strand of ice within its body. There was still a certain possibility of obtaining the ice essence. Yi Xian didn't dare to take this risk. Screech. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a ruthless howl rang out. The lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal rushed out from the inner edge of the sea of flames and shot towards the cold top ice crane, who was still in a daze. Its mid-stage Immortal Realm cultivation was fully unleashed, and a purplish gold river of lightning appeared behind it. Seeing this scene, the elephantine mink and the three-clawed flood dragon shuddered. Without another word, they immediately dashed out. The three of them had been huddled together like little girls, but now that the frost-top ice crane had been mercilessly abandoned, the elephantine mink and the three-clawed flood dragon arrived in the blink of an eye without a word. They were already 1,000 kilometers away. Seeing the two's decisive actions without the slightest hesitation, the cold top ice crane was filled with resentment. It was so sorrowful that it was about to cry. We're all brothers in the same boat. You can't do this. Boom. Before it could finish speaking, the lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal had already arrived in front of it. The cold top ice crane was only at the early stage of the Immortal Realm. It couldn't even resist the power of the lightning spirit of the mid-stage Immortal Realm, let alone the fact that the latter had a purplish gold river of lightning behind it, which was supported by the might of the Rai D seal. Furthermore, it was currently in the center of the central region, which was a sea of lightning. There was no way it could escape, and it couldn't even self-destruct. It didn't even think of resisting. Its body was instantly drowned by the lightning river that the lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal was guiding. An extremely miserable and shrill howl sounded out from within the lightning river in the next instant, and it was filled with dense unwillingness and resentment. However, it was extremely short, and it stopped abruptly in less than half a breath of time. Soon, the lightning spirit of the emperor's seal rushed out of the lightning river again. It circled around and brought the purplish-gold lightning river away, disappearing into the sea of lightning not far away. The remains of the cold top ice crane were revealed. It was undamaged, but it had long lost its aura. Not only was its physical body intact, but the energy in its body was also incomparably stable. The lightning spirit of the emperor's seal had only taken away its primordial spirit. Even so, to it this was a great supplement. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately waved his hand and stored the ice crane's remains into his body. He directly threw it to the devouring system, instructing it to immediately extract the ice origin from the remains. Then he turned his head and looked at the elephant fox ferret and the three-clawed flood dragon, who had already hidden in 2 other directions. Chapter 4052. Seeing that Yi Xian immediately turned his gaze towards them after killing the cold top ice crane, the elephantine ferret and the three-clawed flood dragon exchanged glances. Then, hesitation flashed across their eyes, as if they had made up their minds before making a decision. They gritted their teeth and said, "Forget it. Little friend Imo, as long as you let me go, this one will do. Venerable one, I'll give you a great fortune today." The moment these words left his mouth, Yi Xian was stunned. Even the three-clawed flood dragon was stunned. But very quickly, the three-clawed flood dragon raised one of its claws and covered its face with a pained and furious expression, as if it felt that this was too embarrassing. That's right. Aren't words like gifting a great fortune usually said by peerless experts when they meet a tender newcomer and deliberately put on the airs of a peerless expert? Did the elephantine ferret's brain burn out? Could it not even see the situation in front of it clearly? The other party was powerful now, and seemed to be planning to kill. Saying such words at this moment, other than asking for a beating, what better effect could it have? The three-clawed flood dragon instantly felt a sense of suffocation. He only felt that he was too unlucky. Of the 2 people in front of him, one was a godlike opponent, and the other was a pig-like teammate. Unexpectedly, he had encountered both of them, and made them into a pair. At the thought of this, the three-clawed flood dragon felt like crying. At this moment, the elephantine ferret suddenly changed the topic, and even the expression on its face suddenly became somewhat solemn. Then it said, "Little friend Imo, do you know what kind of existence the elephantine ferret's bloodline ancestor is?" Yi Xian was stunned once again. He subconsciously shook his head, and the expression on his face couldn't help but become somewhat strange. The other party's words were truly strange. Previously, he had said something about giving him a great fortune, but now, he had changed the topic and mentioned his bloodline ancestor. But looking at the elephantine ferret's serious expression, it did not look like it had lost its mind. It should be referring to something else. After all, there was no need for Yi Xian to interfere with the remaining 5 immortal realm old monsters outside the lightning sea. There was plenty of time, so he was not in a hurry and quietly waited for the rest of the story. In the distant primordial era, there was a creature called the treasure-seeking ferret. It was as famous as the void rat and the nether ant. The void rat had an extremely powerful ability to comprehend the laws of space in the universe. Its bloodline talent was amazing, and it could perfectly integrate itself into space. Even the barriers of the universe's planes could not stop it. Its figure. As for the ant had a similar bloodline talent, the treasure-seeking ferret. But its natural instincts, its mind's ability. It's its instincts and its ability. Its instincts are their instincts, they're extremely sensitive to all treasures and treasures and treasures. And even their abilities is its divine ability. Speaking of this, the elephantine ferret's face showed a hint of pride. After a pause, it continued, the void rat and the nether ant, these 2 powerful creatures from the primordial era, have their bloodlines passed down in the first universe. They are respectively the Space Rat Clan and the Hell Ant Clan of the first universe's Servant Clan. As for the treasure-seeking ferret, it is the bloodline ancestor of my elephantine ferret clan. Therefore, among my clansmen, there are occasionally people with bloodline outbursts who can awaken this powerful divine instinct inherited from their ancestors' bloodline. They have the ability to find all kinds of top-grade treasures and treasures. Because of their bloodline, they are far from being comparable to the primordial treasure-seeking ferret. But once this divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret is awakened, at least ordinary experts of the same realm will definitely not be able to match it. Even some extremely powerful divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret can only look at it and sigh. This venerable one, this old ferret happens to be one of the existences who has awakened the divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret. Moreover, as early as 20,000 years ago, when I stepped into the universe realm, this divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret had already been awakened. Until now, among all the members of the elephantine ferret clan, this divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret had already been awakened. The most powerful person in the elephantine ferret clan. In this aspect, this old ferret can say without exaggeration that if an undying emperor who is good at divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret competes with this old ferret, he will definitely be cruelly beaten. Different bloodlines in different clans have their own specialties. This is the nature, and it is not something that can be compensated with power. Hearing this, both Yi Xian and the three-clawed flood dragon were a little dazed, but they did not doubt the elephantine ferret's words. This was because although the treasure-seeking ferret was not seen in the current world, and ordinary starry sky great beings would not be able to come in contact with this kind of secret, the two of them had more or less heard of it. They had smelled some of it. Even in the distant primordial era, the treasure-seeking ferret was definitely a top-grade auxiliary beast that could be hoarded and hoarded. It was definitely favored by some primordial masters, and it just so happened that this clan's battle power was not strong, so they were often willing to rely on some powerful primordial masters. The primordial master would provide protection, and the treasure-seeking ferret would search for treasures for him, and the profits would usually be divided according to the ratio agreed upon by the two clans. Resources and treasures that could tempt the primordial master and make him willing to provide protection for a long time in order to obtain them must be of high quality. This alone showed how powerful the treasure-seeking ferret's bloodline was. After all, most primordial masters knew some divine instinct of divination, and with the support of their power, as long as there were some clues, there were very few things that they could not find. However, they still needed to rely on the treasure-seeking ferret, which explained the problem. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up, but the expression on his face did not change. He shook his head and said, "I have to say that you have persuaded me, but it seems that it is not enough to draw a big picture. After all, your elephantine ferret clan has only inherited a part of the divine instinct of treasure-seeking ferret. It is only the bloodline of the treasure ferret, and it is not pure. Your talent in this aspect may not be very strong. In other words, this would depend on the quality of the goods." In this regard, the elephantine ferret seemed to have expected this, and was not anxious at all. Previously, he only saw a glimmer of hope, but now, from the reaction of this demon king royal brother, he was almost 70% sure that he could escape today's life and death calamity. Thinking of this, the elephantine ferret's eyes flashed, and there was a mysterious feeling in his words. He lowered his voice and said, "Little friend Imo, I wonder if you have heard of the rumors of the mother planet?" Mother planet? Yi Xian's body shook violently, and his face was filled with shock. Even he had only heard of the rumors of the mother planet not long ago from the mouth of the first demon king, and he was extremely suspicious that this so-called mother planet was the star he knew of, because myths and legends like the creation of the heavens and earth were all true. Chapter 4053. At first, Yi Xian was very excited, but he soon calmed down. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that he was a little too excited, because it was impossible for the elephant fox ferret to find the mother planet. After all, even the bloodline source of the demon race and the few followers and descendants of the race who came from the mother planet had left tens of thousands of years ago. They had left the three main planes of the starry skies to explore the way back to the mother planet, but until now, there was still no news from them. Obviously, they had not found the way back. After all, they had left behind the demon race in the first universe. If they really found the way back to the mother planet, they would have come back to take a look after tens of thousands of years, right? Even those who came from the mother planet, whose cultivation was unfathomable, had not found the whereabouts of the mother planet even after a long time. How could an ordinary immortal elephant-fox ferret be able to do this? It should be known that although he had the bloodline of the treasure-hunting ferret, it was not pure. No matter how strong the treasure-hunting instinct was, it could only be so. Little friend Imo, don't look at me like that. The mother planet is so mysterious, I can't find it so easily. After seeing through Yi Xian's thoughts with a single glance, the elephant-fox mink was honest and didn't brag. However, even though he admitted this, the expression on his face was still firm. Although the mother planet has yet to be found, the old mink is more than 40% confident that I have already found clues related to the mother planet. Not long ago, I found a secret realm. I thought it was just a small independent cave, but after entering, I realized that the deeper I went, the more I couldn't see the end. I estimated that the secret realm was at least the size of the 3 main dimensions of the universe combined. Moreover, the void of this secret realm was filled with an ancient aura. I traveled at full speed for more than a month, but I still couldn't reach the periphery. However, I had to stop because when I reached that area, a large number of ancient masters started to appear in the void in front of me. From the beginning, there were powerful beings of the primordial era appearing. That's a pure-blooded dragon. Its aura is simply too powerful. Even sempiternal realm cultivators wouldn't be able to get close to it, or else their bodies would be in danger of exploding. The ears of helplessness. This old marten can only continuously wander about in the surrounding area, yet was unable to take a single step forward. It was to the extent that I was unable to even obtain a single drop of precious blood or a piece of precious flesh. I was simply unable to approach. However, even though I didn't find anything, I still managed to discover something after using my treasure-hunting divine instinct multiple times. At the end of the void in the deepest part of the secret realm, there is a star with an extremely dense life aura. Moreover, the aura of this star is extremely strange and ancient. Just by catching a strand of its aura, this old marten feels as though his mind is being suppressed by an invisible force. Are you suspecting that this planet is the mother planet of the primordial era? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He did not doubt the elephantine sable's words, because according to its description, that secret realm was most likely a fragment of the main battlefield of the primordial war. In fact, the current 3 main planes of the starry sky, as well as all the large and small planes, grotto heavens, and so-called secret realms, were actually part of the void of the primordial era. That battle was too tragic. The entire primordial era collapsed, and the void was shattered into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. However, even if the current starry sky planes were all fragments of the primordial era, there were still differences between these fragments. After all, the battle of the primordial era had been fought at the periphery and at the core of the battle. The 3 main planes of the starry sky should have been at the periphery of the primordial war. It was precisely because of this that when the primordial era collapsed, there were 3 main planes of the starry sky that were so complete and vast. Similarly, it was precisely because they were at the periphery of the battle that it was almost impossible to find the remains of the primordial era creatures in the 3 main planes of the starry sky today. As for the secret realm that the elephant-fox ferret had mentioned, even at the periphery of the periphery, there were suspected to be the remains of a primordial era true dragon. It was very likely that the secret realm was the true core of the battle during the battle of the primordial era. Therefore, if there was really a star with a strong life force and ancient star essence in the deepest part of the mystery realm, then there was a 30 to 40% chance that this star was indeed the legendary mother planet of the Desolation Age. Regardless of whether that star is the mother planet or not, just this secret realm is enough. The other party had said so much just to beg for a chance to live. Yi Xian did not waste any more words with him. He nodded and reassured the other party. Although this fellow's treasure-seeking divine instinct could not be compared to the real treasure-seeking ferret, it was still quite extraordinary. It was very useful to Yi Xian. With the intention of bribing the other party, he waved his hand and took out 2 drops of all-evil origin liquid from the undying world in his body after some hesitation. The elephant-fox ferret shot forward. These are 2 drops of all-evil origin liquid, the final product of the netherworld furnace. Even primordial era experts and primordial era supremes need it. Although there are only 2 drops, it's enough to raise your bloodline to a new level. Follow me, and you will often have such resources in the future. Of course, the prerequisite is that you show enough value. What? All evil origin liquid? The elephant fox ferret was shocked. As an immortal ancestor-level figure of his race, he naturally knew of the existence of such a top-grade resource. Unfortunately, in the ancestral lands of the various races in the second universe, there were indeed some who had lived from the primordial era to the present, or rather, struggled to survive until the present. Old monsters. It was said that they could get 1 or 2 drops every year, but there was no such thing in the ancestral land of the elephant fox ferret race. Therefore, although he longed for the all-evil origin liquid, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Now that he saw Yi Xian give him 2 drops with a wave of his hand, the elephant fox ferret's breathing quickened. 2 drops. Even the bloodline primordial ancestor of the top 10 races, such as the Blood WM tribe, was said to only get 2 drops a year. That was a primordial era expert who had lived from the primordial era to the present. He had just joined them, but he had already received such top-grade treatment that was comparable to him. This was simply Chapter 4054. The conversation between Yi Xian and the elephantine fox ferret seemed long, but in reality, it had only lasted a few minutes. Although it had only been a few minutes, the change in the situation was too great. A few minutes ago, the elephantine fox ferret was still facing a life-and-death crisis. He could have been killed by the alloy battle god's big-headed black stick at any time, or he could have controlled that harmless-looking but terrifyingly powerful Thunder Emperor seal to kill him directly. But now, in just a few minutes, this crisis had been easily resolved by him, and he had even obtained 2 drops of all-evil origin fluid as a reward. All of this was like a dream, and the 3-clawed serpent dragon was stunned. He was completely stunned, as if he had just been struck by lightning. Even his eyes had turned green. 2 drops of all-evil origin fluid. Among the various races of the second universe, the Blood WM clan, which was ranked first in the top 10, did indeed have 2 drops of all-evil origin fluid every year. However, they were all consumed by the bloodline primordial ancestor, the 9-headed Blood WM, in the depths of their ancestral land. Not to mention that the 3-clawed serpent dragon was just an ordinary immortal ancestor of the clan. Even the immortal emperor rank immortal ancestor in the Blood WM clan's ancestral land did not have the chance to obtain a single drop. But now, the elephantine fox ferret, who had the same cultivation as him, had easily obtained 2 drops of all-evil origin fluid. To the 3-clawed serpent dragon, this was like a heavy blow to his heart, making him extremely envious. If not for the fact that Yi Xian was still here, and that the elephantine fox ferret was smart enough to immediately throw the 2 drops of all-evil origin fluid into his mouth, the 3-clawed serpent would have probably turned into energy and dispersed into his limbs and bones. The 3-clawed serpent dragon would have even thought of snatching them on the spot. However, from this matter, it could be seen that the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, definitely had a large amount of all-evil origin fluid in his hands. If he could persuade him like the horned fox ferret and accept his allegiance, not only would he very likely obtain 2 drops of all-evil origin fluid now, but the benefits in the future would definitely be even more shocking. Human. Not to mention anything else, just the fortune in the secret realm that the elephant fox ferret had just mentioned was already priceless. Although there were a large number of desolate era corpses at the edge of the secret domain and their pressure was so great that not even immortal realm old monsters could approach them, let alone pass through them, this was clearly not a problem for Mo Jinfeng, the imperial brother of the demon people. The Medicine King Divine Cauldron in his hand was a precious ancient treasure that could even ignore the pressure of the netherworld furnace in the star field, the source of all evil. With the power of this cauldron protecting him, he would have no problem entering the depths of that mysterious secret domain. In short, this demon dweller junior in front of him was definitely a thick thigh. The old elephant fox ferret was actually lucky enough to succeed in hugging him. When he thought of this, the 3-clawed flood dragon's admiration for the elephant fox ferret immediately surged like a torrential river. It could be said that it was endless. He really did not expect this old ferret to have such an ability. He was simply too good at bluffing. Of course, this was not something that could be envied. The strand of inherited bloodline of the treasure-seeking ferret was right there in his body. Just this point alone was something that no other creature could compare to, so it was useless to be jealous. However, this old ferret had made a good start after all. With his example in front of him, as a three-clawed flood dragon whose strength was not inferior to his, even if he just followed suit, there was still a chance for him to succeed in a counterattack and resolve the crisis. At this moment, he recalled that he had actually wanted to kill this great god in front of him. In the end, not only did this person have an immortal realm marquee backing him up, but he also had such abundant top-grade resources in his hands that it made one's hair stand on end. He could even casually throw out 2 drops of all evil origin liquid. Immediately, he felt like his intestines were about to turn green with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have fought. He would have thought of ways to build a relationship with this person. Perhaps he would have successfully joined the group long ago. The moment he thought of this, the three-clawed flood dragon immediately became excited. Without any hesitation, he raised his right front paw and shouted loudly, "Wait a minute, this old flood dragon wants to join the group too. No, I mean this old flood dragon also has a unique skill that is definitely not inferior to the old ferret's treasure-seeking divine instinct." Hearing this, Yi Xian and the elephant fox ferret both turned their heads to look at him. The latter had a strange expression, but Yi Xian sneered and said, "Oh? You also have a unique skill? The Blood Flood Dragon clan's bloodline ability, the Blood Flood Dragon Demon Fist? I'm sorry, but in this king's eyes, this doesn't seem to be very valuable." How can it not be valuable? It's too valuable. No matter what, this old flood dragon is still an immortal realm marquis. The moment he heard Yi Xian directly rejecting him without even thinking, the three-clawed flood dragon immediately panicked. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, and his words became somewhat incoherent. Let's not talk about other things, but it shouldn't be a problem to be a fighter, right? With this old flood dragon's profound attainments in the Blood Flood Dragon Demon Fist, if I were to be this young friend's bodyguard, it would definitely be a great fighter. Even though young friend's ability is extraordinary, your own cultivation and strength are still lacking in the end. You're slightly lacking in the Region Lord realm, but if you have an immortal realm guard by your side, then it would be completely different. At the very least, you would be able to save a great deal of trouble, right? Not to mention that besides being a fighter, this old flood dragon has a bloodline true body. Even if it's within the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the degree of evolution of this old flood dragon's bloodline is rather high. Presently, I'm already a three-clawed flood dragon, and I'm evolving towards the true flood dragon bloodline. If I really do evolve into a formidable flood dragon one day, then even if I were to be used as a mount for young friend to travel, it would be extremely flashy. When they heard up to here, it wasn't just Yi Xian, even the elephant fox ferret was completely dumbstruck. No matter how imaginative they were still taken by surprise when facing such a strange scene before their eyes. An Eternal Realm old geezer had actually volunteered himself to be the best fighter and mount of a junior at the Region Lord realm. This was simply sensational, and if news of this were to spread, it would probably cause countless eyeballs to fall off. It was utterly impossible to believe. But then again, this old flood dragon had already lowered himself to such an extent. Even though he didn't possess the divine instinct to seek treasures like the elephant fox ferret, he was an immortal realm expert in the end, and his cultivation and strength were obvious. So, if he was able to be brought along as a fighter or a mount, Yi Xian imagined such a scene in his mind, and he was instantly slightly tempted. Not to mention anything else, if this old flood dragon was used to put on a show of strength and scare others, then the effect would absolutely be extraordinary. Alright, since you volunteered, then a dignified immortal realm expert like you would rather lower yourself to be a fighter and a mount for this king. Chapter 4055. Where's the fire? Where's the fire just now? Little brat, hurry up and get it out. Stinking brat, are you purposely teasing this old man? I just smelled a little fragrance and extinguished the fire before it was even cooked. As the wisp of Shen Nong's two-colored flames extinguished, The primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise became anxious on the spot. The latter jumped onto Yi Xian's head and pulled at his 3 heads, as if Yi Xian would hide the 2 colored flames that he'd just drawn out in his 3 heads. It was like in a crevice. This wasn't the end. The 300-meter-tall primordial porcupine stretched its head over and also wanted to rummage through Yi Xian's body. The huge breath caused Yi Xian to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Only now did he realize that he'd misunderstood. Just now, when he saw the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise's eyes emit a blazing green light, Yi Xian thought that the moment he mentioned his hunger, these 2 fellows would become interested in him and want to swallow him whole. After all this time, it turned out that he had seen through the extraordinariness of the divine farmer's 2-colored flames. He knew that not only was the food roasted by this kind of fire incomparably delicious, it was also very beneficial to the body. It had the same effect as refining a great medicine. That was why his eyes were glowing with a green light, and now he was acting in such a hurry. Realizing this, Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up. It seemed that these native beasts were all a bunch of gluttons. Since they were gluttons, then what was the problem? Amongst all the native beasts, only he had the divine farmer's 2-colored flame in his hands. What did this mean? It meant that from now on, he would be able to control the stomachs of these fellows. For a glutton, what could be better than controlling his stomach to make him submit? Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately became spirited. He had made up his mind. Not only was he going to roast a good meal for the 2 native ferocious beast kings in front of him, he was also not going to reject the tens of millions of native ferocious beasts behind him. As long as the other party could take out the ingredients, he would draw out a wisp of dual-colored ferocious flame and roast it for them. In any case, the 2-colored flames within the Shenong cauldron were inexhaustible. The strange flames had roots, and they were rooted in the depths of the central region's volcano. As long as the Shenong cauldron wasn't destroyed, the Shenong strange flame that Yi Xian had ignited with his heart flame would continue to flow endlessly. In addition, after Xianyuan Xing, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru's previous actions, Yi Xian had inadvertently turned the original orange flame into the current 2-colored flame. Yi Xian understood one thing. That was, if the Shenong strange flame wanted to level up, it had to be used more frequently. Therefore, helping this group of savage beasts roast a feast was definitely a good thing for Yi Xian. Since that was the case, why wouldn't he do it? Lord Pig, Lord Turtle, your gazes just now scared me. Isn't it just roasting meat? I'll be right there. Also, Master Turtle, with your original color, don't climb on my head in the future. Yi Xian calmly changed the way he addressed him, and their relationship became a little closer. As he spoke, he waved his hand and once again pulled out a strand of 2-colored flame from the Shenong cauldron and continued to roast it. As he roasted it, he continued, however, this domain lord level python head isn't enough to eat. It's only 30 meters in size, so I reckon it can only fit between my teeth. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, the primordial hairy tortoise turned around and disappeared with a swoosh. A few breaths later, it dragged 2 pieces of the 7-colored python over. The primordial hairy tortoise was still around 3 meters in size, but a few strands of the green fur on its body had extended out. It wrapped around the 2 pieces of the 7-colored python's remains and rushed over at extreme speed. This was absolutely the perfect portrayal of an ant dragging an elephant, and it caused Yi Xian to be stunned. Even more shocking to him was that the 2 halves of the rainbow-colored python he'd dragged over clearly emanated the terrifying aura of a region lord. The head of the python was over 27 kilometers long while the tail of the python was over 10 kilometers long. It was clearly a region lord realm python that was over 30 kilometers long, yet it had been blasted into 2. It was clearly a region lord realm rainbow python. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he came to a sudden realization. No wonder the region lord of the rainbow python clan's cultivation had fallen to the star lord realm in the end. Moreover, his 30,000-meter body had shrunk to only 300 meter in size, and he was beheaded by Yi Xian with a single slash. After all this time, his bloodline true body had already severed itself and remained in the depths of the core region. The only thing that had escaped was the true body of the rainbow python. Since that was the case, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise would definitely have enough food to eat. Even if the python meat melted in their mouths after being roasted, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise would definitely not be able to finish it in one meal. Presumably, the humanoid talkative monster and the newly advanced black-armored Mother Empress and the other Star Lords in the distant sky would probably be able to get a share of the spoils as well. It's a bit extravagant to eat such two large pieces in one meal. I'll keep this one for now and eat it next time, Yi Xian pondered in his heart. If he could roast the bloodline true body of the Rainbow Python clan's domain lord in front of the Second Universe's allied forces, then it would definitely be an awesome thing. He naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. As he spoke, he casually found an excuse. With a wave of his hand, he stored the 30,000-meter-long tail of the python into the space within the Shenong cauldron. Of course, it was directly thrown into the storage cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region to be stored. Otherwise, it would most likely be taken advantage of by Shenyuan Xing, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru. The power of the divine farmer's two-colored flame far surpassed that of the orange flame. Not only was the roasted meat more fragrant and delicious, the miraculous medicinal effects of the flesh and blood medicine were even stronger. Even the speed at which it was roasted was extremely fast. Just as Yi Xian was speaking, the 30-meter-long python head in front of him had already been roasted. It was originally 30 meters long, but now it had shrunk to around 27 meters, and some of the dregs had been refined away. At this moment, the entire python head was flowing with golden oil, and a strange fragrance wafted out for millions of miles. After all, it was the head of a domain lord, and it had just been chopped off. The blood essence contained within the flesh and blood was too rich. Not only were the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise by his side infatuated and drooling, even the tens of millions of native ferocious beasts in the distance clearly smelled this strange fragrance. Their eyes were all infatuated as they locked onto the golden python head in front of Yi Xian. His mouth was overflowing with saliva. It had to be said that this scene was truly spectacular. Tens of millions of ferocious beasts of different races and sizes were staring at a roasted golden python head, silently drooling. Just thinking about it was enough to know how spectacular it was. However, perhaps it was because Yi Xian had roasted this python head, but when they saw that he didn't make a move, they didn't even make a sound. Not to mention the native ferocious beasts in the distance, even the nearby primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise, no matter how much saliva flowed from their mouths, didn't hesitate to eat it. After all, he'd already treated Yi Xian as one of his own, so he still had to be polite. Chapter 4056. Lightning Spirit Emperor Talisman? It instantly explodes in the origin. Origin Spirit? The faces of the elephantine mink and three-clawed flood dragon turned green when they heard Yi Xian's words. The latter was even terrified to the point his entire body trembled, and he couldn't even speak properly. Although they didn't know exactly what this Lightning Spirit Emperor Talisman was, they could deduce from its name that it was surely related to that innate lightning origin treasure. Lightning attribute energy was originally the most ferocious and domineering, whereas the origin spirit of a cultivator was the most fragile. Once this most ferocious and domineering lightning attribute energy exploded in the origin spirit of a cultivator, it was obvious what the consequences would be at that time. It would absolutely be incomparably painful. This was equivalent to having a golden hoop spell on one's head, and one had to be careful at all times. Otherwise, once one's master was unhappy, one's soul would disperse and perish in an instant. Most importantly, this golden hoop spell was practically invisible and immaterial, and it was utterly untraceable. This was simply 2F** King Bad, and one would no longer have true freedom from now on. When they thought up to here, the elephantine mink and three-clawed flood dragons subconsciously turned to look at each other, and they exchanged glances that were filled with hidden bitterness. Don't worry, this king said earlier that this is merely a precautionary measure at the initial stage. As if he'd seen through the thoughts of these two fellows, Yi Xian slapped them and immediately threw another sweet date over. Once the examination period is over, this king will naturally take back these two Thunder Spirit Emperor talismans. After all, This kind of thing is only used to deal with outsiders. If we can really confirm that it's one of our own, not only is there no need for such measures, but this king will also have an open supply of top-grade resources like the all-evil origin liquid. I absolutely won't treat you unfairly. Hearing this, the expressions of the two old fellows eased up once more. Of course, on the other hand, it was naturally because they'd heard that the all-evil origin liquid would be open in the future. At the very least, this meant that this newly acknowledged young master surely had a large stock of this top-grade resource that even the almighty figures of the primordial era coveted, or perhaps it was because he'd already grasped a long-term channel to obtain it. To the elephantine mink and three-clawed flood dragon, as long as they could continue to obtain the all-evil origin liquid in the future, not to mention open supply, even if 1 or 2 drops were to be thrown down as a reward occasionally, they would not leave no matter what. In that case, this so-called examination period didn't matter. They would be able to do it sooner or later. Endure it. Both of you, this king means. Yi Xian saw that the two old fellows' expressions eased up, relaxed, and then changed the topic. That's why, what I mean is that it's best not to let's leak spirit emperor talisman. That you two king emperors isn't even emperor's emperor level emperor talisman can's he king that's, as this king after seeing that the two flood dragon spirit emperor man sees. B. Can's this, that after all, tease, Also, as for that mysterious region that seems to have clues to the desolate ancient mother planet, we'll talk about it after the war in the demon starfield is over. After the two of you return to the 3rd and 2nd universe, if you need to contact this king, you can head to the Death Starfield's Triumph cities. Find Old Man Mosquito Butcher or Naples, and secretly reveal your identity and relationship with this king. Death Starfield's Triumph City? Yes, that's where the Undying Dynasty's Prince Xian was exiled. Young Master Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, the elephant fox mink and the three-clawed flood dragon were stunned at the same time, then subconsciously muttered something. Before they could finish speaking, the two old fellows seemed to have suddenly realized something. Their eyes instantly widened as they looked at Yi Xian in shock. At the same time, they sucked in a cold breath. In the primordial spirit of these two old fellows, a thunder spirit emperor talisman had been planted, and their lives were in his hands. Naturally, Yi Xian was not afraid to reveal his identity because he was sure that they would not dare to reveal it. What's more, after planting this Thunder Spirit Emperor talisman, although the two old fellows seemed to have let go of it on the surface, but in the depths of their hearts, it was inevitable that there would be some grudges. Now that he had taken the initiative to reveal his identity to them, it would at least have some effect on resolving the grudges. After all, they were two undying old monsters. Since he had already taken them under his command, what Yi Xian hoped for was naturally true loyalty and not estrangement in their hearts. Of course, this was far from Yi Xian's real identity, it was just that the two old fellows did not know it. Yes, this king is Long Xian, and the invincible war god who is tormenting the human race's camp in the 3rd universe is also one of this king's devouring avatars. After making a decision in his heart, Yi Xian openly admitted it. Such an action obviously moved the elephant fox ferret and the three-clawed flood dragon. In their eyes, this was a truly shocking secret. However, although he was moved, it was nothing compared to the shock and horror in his heart after hearing the news at this moment. Prince Xian? So, this is your real body? The so-called demon brother Mo Jinfeng is actually just an avatar? Oh my god. It's already shocking enough that the 5 great evildoers are one, but now, the 7 great evildoers of the younger generation are all you. This is simply making me doubt my life. Dumbstruck, the elephant fox mink and the three-clawed flood dragon cried out in alarm. Their faces were already filled with dumbstruck expressions as they stared blankly at Yi Xian. Their entire bodies seemed to have been petrified, as if they'd just been struck by lightning. Just keep this in your hearts. Right now, there are still 2 undying old monsters left to deal with. Once you're ready, immediately escape. After sensing the situation outside the Sea of Lightning, Yi Xian quickly spoke again. This king has already sent a message to the second generation of the demon race's ancestral descendant. He will temporarily leave to pursue the last two undying old monsters. Later, I will arrange the Sea of Lightning. The two of you cooperate with me and use your magical power to blow up a corner. Quickly escape in the direction of the universe wormhole. It's the right side of the northwest corner. Quick! Screech. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, the elephant fox ferret and the three-clawed flood dragon immediately stretched out their necks and hissed fiercely. The green and white light above the elephant fox ferret's head suddenly brightened, turning into a blazing energy that rushed forward. The golden flood dragon's natal treasure hanging above the three-clawed flood dragon's head also instantly shone with golden light. When it shot out, it revealed two flood dragon phantoms that were tens of thousands of feet long. Almost at the same time as the elephant fox ferret and the blazing green and white light shot out, they blasted the right side of the Sea of Lightning. A corner. Boom! Chapter 4057. Bang! Rumble! An enormous explosion resounded, and it was accompanied by rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth. The ocean of lightning in that direction had been specially controlled by Yi Xian, and its might was merely on the surface. At this moment, it was blasted open by the full force of the divine abilities and techniques executed by these two eternal realm experts, and it immediately blasted open a passageway. It was only around 100 meters, but it was entirely sufficient for the elephantine mink and the dragon. They cried out happily once more, and then the two old fellows transformed into rays of light that swiftly charged out of the passageway that was only around 300 m in diameter. All along the way, for the sake of making it seem more realistic, the two old fellows had even intentionally touched the violet gold lightning that floated in midair after the explosion. It was precisely because of this that their bloodline true bodies appeared once more when they charged out of the passageway that had been blasted open, and they seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. When this scene entered into the eyes of the countless experts from both sides that were fleeing in disarray, it instantly caused a huge wave of exclaims of shock to resound. Those two old geezers are simply too shameless. They actually feigned an attack while actually fleeing. Where's the dignity of both of you eternal realm experts? In practically the next instant, the alloy war god's figure charged out from the ocean of lightning, and he pointed the black stick in his right hand towards them as he roared in a domineering manner. Come. Don't be in a hurry to flee. Let's fight another 300 rounds. Pff. The elephantine mink and the dragon were caught off guard when they heard Yi Xian, and they were almost angered to the point of spitting out blood. When they instinctively turned around to look, their eyes were filled with resentment. This young master really doesn't give us any face at all. It's just an act, so is there a need to be so serious? No matter what, we're eternal realm experts, yet we're being questioned by a junior at the region Lord Realm. How can we endure this? However, this thought merely flashed in their minds because they naturally didn't dare to dwell on this matter. On one hand, the lightning spirit emperor talisman that Yi Xian had left within their souls was still there, and it would be troublesome if it suddenly exploded by itself due to any disrespectful thoughts. Other than that, the demon official had already left, rushing in the opposite direction, chasing after the last two undyings. With his terrifying cultivation and strength, he would be able to return in a short while at most. At that time, if he had not escaped from the devil domain and rushed into the wormhole at the edge of the star domain, the show just now would have been in vain. As an official, how could he not even be able to keep the two of them? Didn't you see that in such a short period of time, he had already killed several of them with a wave of his hand? The moment this official returned and didn't kill the two of them, anyone with eyes would know that they would be exposed. Hence, they would be suspicious when they returned to their own races. Everyone listen up. Evacuate. Evacuate immediately. Let's split up and leave as many as we can. Let's leave it to fate. Roar. Thinking like this, the two old men no longer hesitated. They raised their heads and roared. With a flash, they rushed toward the outer edge of the demon territory. The elephant fox ferret headed straight for the wormhole that led to the third universe of the human race, while the three-clawed dragon headed straight for the wormhole that led to the second universe. In the distance, Tens of millions of battleships from the two expeditionary camps were fighting fiercely with the demon army and millions of indigenous ferocious beasts. They were originally secretly retreating in these two directions, fighting as they retreated. After all, as the leaders of the two expeditionary camps, these undyings didn't say anything and only cared about escaping. Leaving them behind might have the intention of restraining them at all. Hence, even if they were cursing in their hearts, the fleets from the two large dimensions and the top forces didn't dare to do anything. The higher-ups did not dare to escape too brazenly. If any of the immortal realm old monsters managed to escape with their lives, they would definitely be punished when they returned. However, that was in the past. Now, things were different. Two undying old monsters had spoken at the same time, telling them to completely retreat. Every single one of them who could leave was better than nothing. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for anyone to continue fighting. Rumble. Almost as soon as the elephant fox mink and the three-clawed flood dragon transformed into rays of light that shot into the distance and quickly disappeared from sight, the place where the fierce battle was taking place in the distant starry sky was immediately filled with loud rumbling sounds. The tens of millions of battleships from the two expeditionary camps, without exception, all stopped the bombardment of the battleships. They only maintained their energy shields, but the kinetic energy cabins were at full power, swarming toward the two wormholes that led to the second universe and the third universe. The final, all-out escape was about to begin. Roar! Roar! As the two expeditionary camps began to flee, the nearly 20 million battleships from the demon camp also chased after them at the first moment. The millions of indigenous ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise also roared wildly. Without any hesitation, they chased at the forefront. For them, this was a rare large-scale battle in the starry sky. Although in the previous battle, each of the vicious beasts had collected a lot of flesh and blood as food, enough for them to enjoy for a long time, this kind of thing was a daily consumable. Who would complain about having too much? Naturally, it was better to have more. The opponent had tens of millions of troops from the two expeditionary camps. Naturally, they couldn't all stay, but it was absolutely impossible for them all to escape. After all, the two expeditionary camps had long been in chaos in the previous battle. Now, a portion of them were even sandwiched within the demon camp's army. They were like dumplings surrounded by dumplings, and there was no way for them to escape. In next to no time, the miserable encirclement and annihilation battle broke out once again. But this time, the situation of the battle became truly one-sided. Even though the two punitive expeditionary camps still occupied an advantage in terms of military strength, the morale and fighting spirit of the punitive expedition camp had long since dissipated, and they were destined to be crushed. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's heart relaxed. He didn't expect to leave all of them behind. Now, it was obvious that the situation was over, and only a third of them could successfully escape. As for the two old fellows, the elephant fox ferret and the three-clawed flood dragon, they could no longer be seen. It was estimated that in a dozen breaths' time, they would reach the wormhole at the edge of the demon star field. Thinking of this, Yi Xian recalled the entire sea of lightning behind him into the Rai Di seal. The thunder spirit of the emperor's seal let out a happy cry, circled half a circle, and disappeared in a flash. Finally, Yi Xian waved his hand and kept the Rai Di seal in his undying world. Without any hesitation, he turned around and rushed in the direction of the demon race's second-generation descendants. Chapter 4058. This time, the human race's technology and cultivation camps in the third universe, the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation, and the various races in the second universe sent out a total of 11 undying old monsters. At first, one of them was killed by Yi Xian's 3 waves of purple-gold tide of the Time War. Then, 3 of the undying old monsters were trapped in 1,000,000 miles of Thunder Sea. 1 was killed, and the other 2 were taken in as subordinates. Now, they were probably at the 2 wormholes at the edge of the demon's star field and were about to leave the first universe. As for the remaining 7, when Yi Xian transmitted to the second-generation ancestor of the demon race, 5 of them had fallen, and only 2 were left. Now Yi Xian put away the million miles of Thunder Sea and turned around to search in this direction. Before he arrived, he saw a huge corpse lying in the void from a long distance away. There was still a residual undying aura in the body. In a short time, one of the two undying old monsters had been killed, and only one was left. He was escaping into the void in the distance, and the second-generation ancestor of the demon race was calmly raising his hand and pointing in that direction. This last undying old monster who was escaping in horror was a human. He was an undying old man from the Undying Dynasty. Seeing this, Yi Xian's heart moved, and he subconsciously called out softly, "Senior, please stop." The second-generation descendant of the devil cultivator exclaimed in surprise and subconsciously turned his head to look at Yi Xian. A light flashed in his eyes, but his hand didn't stop moving. He only pointed his finger at Yi Xian and grabbed with his hand. Rumble. The dull roar quickly went away, and the speed was extremely fast. Although the undying human in front was close to the edge of the demon star field, in the end, he was still caught in the palm of the giant energy hand that was like the sky. His eyes were filled with despair, and he was quickly caught and appeared in front of the demon race. In front of the second-generation ancestor of the demon race. Is this person useful to you? As for Yi Xian, although this was the first time the second-generation ancestor of the demon people had met him, he had heard many things about him through the first-generation demon emperor and the other core members of the demon people royal family. Otherwise, when Yi Xian transmitted his voice to him in the millions of miles of Thunder Sea, this marquis undying wouldn't have been able to do so. Without another word, Ning immediately did as he was told. "Senior, just leave this person to me. Don't worry, although he is an immortal, he can't escape from my hands." Yi Xian cupped his hands. This person before him couldn't compare to the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Zhu. He was a second-generation descendant of the demon race, and he was an official-level undying. He didn't dare act rashly. Having said that, Yi Xian waved his hand and brought out the Shenong cauldron. It immediately manifested in its complete form, a cauldron-shaped star that was even larger than a superstar. As expected of this venerable artifact. Back then, I didn't have the chance to see it. Who would have thought that it would fall into your hands in this life? Seeing the Shenong cauldron, the eyes of the second-generation ancestor of the demon people flashed again, and there was a hint of emotion in his words. Hearing the meaning of his words, he obviously knew about the Shenong cauldron. After all, he was an existence that had lived from the ancient times to the present. However, even he had only heard of it back then, and had never seen it with his own eyes. It was inevitable that he would feel a little emotional. With this cauldron, I don't have to be afraid of this beast stirring up trouble. I'll leave it to you. Soon, the second-generation ancestor of the demon people nodded and gently waved his hand. The giant energy hand that was like the sky suddenly shook and threw the undying human out like he was throwing trash. Xiao. The latter's face was filled with grief and anger as he gritted his teeth. He was a dignified undying, yet he was treated like this. Obviously, he was extremely unhappy. However, facing an official-level undying, he didn't dare to even fart. He was directly thrown into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron and disappeared. This old man can't stay for too long. The previous matter is over. The rest is up to you. Turning his head again, he glanced at Yi Xian. After the second-generation ancestor of the demon people finished speaking, he quickly glanced at the left side of Yi Xian's chest thoughtfully. His eyes suddenly froze, and there seemed to be fear emerging, but it quickly disappeared. Then his figure flashed and disappeared directly, leaving not a trace of aura behind. And the entire demon people's star field that had been sealed because of his arrival returned to normal from this moment on. In the distant void, some of the battleships in the two expeditionary camps that were fleeing in disorder had obviously sensed the change in this void at the first moment. In ecstasy, a large number of low-noise sounds were heard. A deep buzzing sound was heard in an instant. Now that the seal of the void had been lifted, they naturally didn't need to use all their strength to escape. Using space jump, their chances of leaving this place alive were higher. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all this, because he still had other things to do. Not far behind him in the void, there was a huge bloodline true body of the fallen immortal old monster. He immediately turned around, activated the Shenong cauldron, and put it into the cauldron. He stored it in the cauldron at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron space. As for the other 5 immortal old monsters that had been killed by the second-generation ancestor of the demon people before, 3 of them had already been destroyed in body and soul, leaving no trace behind. It was really a waste. The remaining 2 were also blown up, and their remains cracked into pieces of meat of different sizes. They were divided up by the 2 foodies, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy turtle, leading a group of indigenous fierce beasts. Even Yi Xian didn't have the ability to take back the blood food that had entered the pockets of these foodies. Besides, he really didn't care about the body of the immortal realm powerhouse. In the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong cauldron, there were still a large number of remains of the primordial creatures beyond the immortal realm. At this point, the battle was basically over. All the forces from the 2 expeditionary camps in the second universe and the third universe had collapsed. In terms of high-end battle forces, 2 of the 11 immortal old monsters surrendered, 1 was captured alive, and the rest were all killed. In terms of conventional battle forces, the 2 camps had more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. In the previous fierce interstellar battle, nearly 10 million of them had been destroyed. Now, there were only 40 million battleships left, and it was estimated that only half of them could escape. This time, the demon people camp would reap a great harvest, at least 20 million battleships, which was simply shocking. A single interstellar battle had made them so rich that they were overflowing with oil. There were also countless captives in these battleships, including the races of the second universe and the humans of the first universe. Naturally, the battleships were directly taken. As for these captives, they would be kept as slaves or used as bargaining chips to ask for a sky-high ransom from the races and top forces of the 2 universes. This matter needed to be discussed later. Chapter 4059. The immortal elder who was thrown into the Shenong cauldron was named Longshan. His cultivation base was at the peak of the early stage of the immortal realm, not far from the middle stage of the immortal realm. However, before he was thrown into the Shenong cauldron, his cultivation base had been sealed. Although there was a possibility of breaking through, it would take at least half a day. Under such circumstances, when Longshan was thrown into the Shenong cauldron, his cultivation base was almost completely gone. He only had a tyrannical body. There weren't many people left in the inner space of the Shenong cauldron. Other than the 8 great Vajra who could move around freely in the central region, the only ones who were imprisoned in the mountain cage at the bottom of the volcano were Shirwanjin, the flying centipede, and the half-rotten ancestor of the Inji clan, who was captured alive by Yi Xian in this battle. Shirwanjin was still in a deep sleep. The bloodline in his body had mutated because he had absorbed the strange poisonous fog from the flying centipede not long ago. It might take some time for him to wake up. The flying centipede and the old ancestor of the Inji clan were also imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano. One of them was half dead. He had just experienced the purple gold tide of the Battle of Time and instantly lost 30,000 years of life. If he did not have any special means, he might not be able to recover in a short time. On the contrary, the flying centipede who was captured by Yi Xian a few days ago was the most lively. However, he was only strong in appearance. The strange poisonous fog that had been secreted in his body for many years had been completely absorbed by Yi Xian in the last battle. Now, he was also in a weak state. Bang! A huge bang sounded from a hill not far from the central region volcano. It was the sound of the human dynasty's undying elder Longshan, whose cultivation was sealed and only had his physical strength left, being thrown into the cauldron space. He fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Although his cultivation base was sealed, Longshan was after all an immortal realm expert. His tyrannical body was still there. Even if he fell directly from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron without any protection, he would not be injured. However, it was still unavoidable to be smashed to the point of dizziness and seeing stars. After all, although the space inside the cauldron showed an ordinary world, It was actually transformed from the special metal used to make the Shenong cauldron. It was extremely hard. Although this strike didn't even break the ground of this mountain, the impact was not to be underestimated. Even with the powerful body of the old monsters were seeing stars. It was easy to imagine how powerful this strike was. This side of the enormous volcano in the central region shook a few times before calming down. Such a large commotion naturally attracted the attention of the 8 great guardian deities. These 8 fellows had been hanging out with a group of indigenous vicious beasts recently and had received guidance in their cultivation. In addition, Yi Xian had opened up a supply of cultivation resources, and the world spirit qi within the cauldron far surpassed that of the outside world. There was also a large amount of precious blood treasures. Meat wrapped around the stomach. Due to various factors, the cultivation of these 8 fellows could be said to have been rising rapidly. Presently, all of them had advanced to the 14th great realm of the starry sky, the cosmic realm. If they were in their respective clans, this was simply something that they would not dare to imagine. Was the boss fighting again? And he captured another captive. This time, it's actually a human elder? The 8 figures followed the sound and flew over. Although they were still quite far away, the person in the lead saw the situation here and immediately spoke. His feet also tightened as he quickly flew over. At this time, the undying elder of the imperial court, Long Shan, had just climbed up from the ground. His eyes were seeing stars, and his eyes were still somewhat dazed. Naturally, he had already noticed the 8 great guardian deities shooting over from afar. However, seeing that these 8 were only at the cosmic realm and were not even comparable to ants in front of him, Long Shan directly ignored them as if he didn't see them. He turned his head and looked at the mountain range in the distance. He knew that this was the internal space of the Shenong cauldron, and he knew that this cauldron was an ancient treasure with a powerful domain. In a short time, it would be difficult to think of a way to leave. At least, before his cultivation was fully recovered, there was absolutely no hope of that. Now that he turned his head and looked around, Long Shan wanted to find a suitable place to hide and start his closed-door training. He wanted to break through the restriction that was casually left behind by the demon marquis. Thinking of this, he still had some lingering fear. Fortunately, the demon marquis didn't take him seriously and seemed to be quite confident in this Shenong cauldron and his brother, Mo Jufeng. He just casually sealed his cultivation and didn't even do anything special. Otherwise, with his cultivation level that hadn't reached the middle stage of the undying level, it would take him at least 1.5 years to break through the restriction left behind by Amar. Soon, Long Shan chose a direction and decided to find a place for his closed-door training in a mountain range there. However, because his cultivation was sealed, he was unable to fly in the air. He could only take large strides and run on his feet. With the strength of his sempiternal realm physical body, even if he did not use his cultivation base, his speed was extremely fast. Soon, his figure turned into a stream of light and shot in the direction he had set. The 8 great guardian deities were just a few thousand meters away. When they saw that the old man who had just been captured by their leader was still trying to escape and was not being honest at all, they were instantly enraged. With a twist of their bodies, they turned into 8 graceful figures and chased after him. "Old man, don't run. Stop. Shameless dog, you are still not obedient after being captured alive. Why are you running like a mouse? No matter how hard you try, you can't escape. Turn around and come back obediently. This is our territory. Hurry up and worship the mountain. Damn old man, you don't want face, do you? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll wash you clean and roast you to feed the beasts." Plop. As the unbridled and arrogant curses behind him entered his ears, Long Shan, who was running at full speed, was so angry that his vision turned black. He did not pay attention to his feet for a moment and directly fell down. After rolling twice and climbing up, his face was already ashen, and his chest was filled with depression. He actually opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Old blood. A dignified immortal realm old monster, the immortal realm elder of the immortal dynasty of the third universe's human race, was being chased by 8 mere cosmic light realm ant-like juniors, and their mouths seemed to be filthy. They kept calling him a damned old man and an old rat. This was simply lawless. Howl. A few ants of the universe. Are you tired of living and want to die together? In grief and indignation, Long Shantung raised his head and roared furiously. As he cursed, he turned around and didn't run forward anymore. Instead, he went straight to the 8 great guardian deities. Chapter 4060. Seeing Long Shantung dashing forward, quickly reaching the 8 Vajra and about to attack, Yi Xian panicked and immediately roared, "Damn old man, stop." He was after all an undying old monster. Even though his training was sealed, his physical body was still strong. The 8 Vajra were indeed too rash. On one hand, they probably thought that this old man was definitely a captive of Yi Xian and was already meat on the chopping board. He wouldn't dare to jump around. On the other hand, Long Shantang's training was sealed. With the 8 of them, they couldn't see through his level at all. They didn't know that he was an undying old monster, hence they were so arrogant. In truth, even if Long Shantung was captured and trapped within the Shenong cauldron, how could an undying old monster's dignity be blasphemed against? They were all juniors with lower training than him. Facing Yi Xian, Long Shantung definitely wouldn't dare act rashly. He would most likely be extremely wary. However, facing the 8 Vajra was another matter altogether. If Yi Xian hadn't arrived in time, these 8 fellows would have definitely fallen. Under the wrath of the immortal realm old monster, even if it was just the strength of his physical body, he would still be able to kill them in one fell swoop. At this moment, Long Shantung was originally in a fit of anger. He was planning to blow up these 8 fellows who did not care about their lives with a single punch. However, just as he was about to attack, he suddenly heard an explosive shout coming from above his head. He hadn't even dealt with the 8 fellows before, and now there was another who called him a damn old man. Long Shantung was so angry that his eyes were about to split open. His mouth and nose were about to spit out solid flames. Which little king is it again? Subconsciously opening his mouth to scold, Long Shantung also turned his head to the left side of the voice at the same time. Suddenly, he saw that the existence that was descending was actually the owner of this Shenong treasure cauldron, the demon cultivator imperial brother Mo Jefeng. His face stiffened, and the second half of his sentence came to an abrupt halt. He forcefully swallowed it back. He was truly afraid of this demon. The 5 geniuses were one, and they were known as the number 1 of the younger generation. The key was that they had an official level undying behind them. Also, this official seemed to listen to everything he said. Long Shantung had personally witnessed this scene when he was thrown into the farmer god cauldron like a piece of trash. It wasn't fake at all. Not only that, but he had also heard the conversation between the two. It could be said that if it weren't for the descending figure of Mo Jinfeng, he would have most likely died already. To be honest, this old life of his was indeed saved on a whim by Mo Jinfeng. Other than that, Long Shantung was extremely curious about the relationship between this person and the Undying. That Marquis was the second-generation ancestor of the demon race, and this one was the younger brother of the current demon emperor, so he should be called Ancestor. But before this, he had clearly addressed him as Senior. This was completely out of line with etiquette and was extremely strange. What are you guys still standing around for? Do what you need to do. At this moment, Yi Xian landed and glanced at the 8 guardian warriors. He rolled his eyes and began to reprimand them. The 8 of them were already scared out of their wits. Although they still didn't know the true level of the old man in front of them, they could tell that he was far more powerful than a universe master, or at least a star lord or even a region master, based on the majestic power of the punch that he hadn't launched. The 8 guardian warriors felt like their souls were trembling when they thought about how they had chased after an old monster who was at least a star lord, and how they had even called him a dog and an old rat. This stimulation was 2F** king satisfying. Following Yi Xian's roar, the 8 of them trembled and shrank their necks. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They stole a glance at the gloomy Long Shantung and hurriedly ran away. "My young friend, the battle outside must be over, right? The high-end immortal realm experts are all dead, and the tens of millions of regular soldiers are nothing." Seeing that Yi Xian had directly reprimanded the 8 juniors who were courting death, and considering that the other party had saved his life, Long Shantang's expression softened a bit, even though he didn't know his purpose at the moment. Since this battle is over, our relationship as enemies naturally doesn't exist anymore. Alright, I wonder, why did you save me, my young friend? Yi Xian didn't waste his breath. With a wave of his hand, an antique tea table appeared. There was even spirit tea that had been brewed a long time ago. He lifted the teapot, poured 2 cups, and grinned, "Alliance." An alliance? Long Shantang had never expected this answer. He was obviously stunned for a moment, but then he raised his head and laughed. After laughing, he said in embarrassment, "My young friend, are you kidding me? How can my dynasty ally with the demons? What a joke! You are just an ordinary immortal elder in the Immortal dynasty. You can't make the decision on this matter. You just need to help me bring the message back." Yi Xian didn't mind. He raised his hand and took a sip of the spirit tea that he had just poured. He was still as calm as ever as he continued, "I believe you can see some clues from the unforeseen events that happened in the source of all evil star domain. The reappearance of the heavenly Dao's eye represents the distant desolate era that was destroyed by the legendary battle. It is possible that it will once again descend into the world. At that time, the 3 great starry skies, the division between the devil cultivator and the human clan will all become floating clouds. It is just a passing cloud." Facing such a great change, whether it is the devil cultivator or the entire human clan, we must make preparations early. The alliance I mentioned is beneficial to both sides. You can give me a reply after thinking about it carefully. After saying that, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He changed the topic and said in a cold tone, "In short, before the true great change arrives, the 3 main planes of the starry sky must be fully integrated. If your Immortal dynasty insists on doing things its own way, I don't mind replacing it. Integrate the 3 great starry skies? What big words. Do you have the strength? Just a marquee-level undying?" Long Shantang was stunned once again when he heard Yi Xian's words. He stared blankly at Yi Xian for a long time before shaking his head and laughing after confirming that he wasn't joking. "Little friend, the 5 great monsters are indeed astonishing. After the young generation of the current world, you are indeed worthy of your name. You are the #1 person in the world, but in the end, you are still too confident." Chapter 4061. Don't blame this old man for speaking rudely. How dare you have such thoughts? You devil cultivator. You are simply sitting in a well. Hearing Yi Xian say that he wanted to integrate all the races and top powers in the 3 main planes before the primordial chaos era descended again, Long Shantang immediately ridiculed him with disdain. He said that even if he had an undying marquee behind him, this kind of idea was just the talk of a fool. It was just a dream. In the end, as if he felt that it was a little boring to discuss this topic again, Long Shantang changed the topic and wanted to end it. "Well, there is no need to talk about this anymore. Even if the great chaos of the primordial era comes, the current main plane of the starry sky no longer has any meaning. It's impossible for the Immortal dynasty to secretly ally with the devil cultivator before this. This matter may have disappointed little friend Imo. Here, this old man thanks little friend Imo for saving my life. However, if little friend Imo wants to use this as a threat to instigate this old man to infiltrate the dynasty and carry out some secret operations, I advise you not to think too much about it." The Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. After laughing, the anger in his heart instantly dissipated, because he suddenly thought of something. That was his previous identity as Prince Xian. Although he was forced to do so, no matter what, he was still a little brooding. But now, it seemed that he had encountered an opportunity to resolve this grudge in his heart. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He nodded his head in approval, then looked at Long Shantang and said, "Not bad, this kind of integrity is quite impressive. However, you don't have to use the heart of a villain to measure the heart of a gentleman. This king just said that this matter only requires you to pass on this king's intentions. It's just a matter of giving it to the upper echelons of the Immortal dynasty. Whether they agree or not is their business. Even if they don't agree in the future, this emperor will naturally take over and complete this step myself. As for the matter of saving you just now, At this point, Yi Xian changed the topic, and the expression on his face became somewhat mysterious. I wonder which one is more important, the life of an immortal elder of the dynasty, or the identity of a prince of the current generation. How can the latter compare to the former? Yi Xian's question was baffling. Not to mention the fact that it happened so suddenly, he was caught off guard. In fact, even the meaning behind his words was completely baffling to the point that he couldn't even figure it out. But at least the literal meaning was very clear, and the answer was obvious. There was no need to think about it. Yi Xian saw that the other party was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. He reminded him in a timely manner, "You only need to answer this question of mine, and you can leave at any time." Hearing that he could leave immediately after answering this question, Long Shantung was even more stunned. However, he clearly did not plan to let go of this opportunity. He immediately continued, "The status of the current generation of the imperial dynasty is naturally noble, but the immortal elder is the true foundation of the imperial family. The former is the younger generation, the latter is the clan elder. The identity of the current generation's prince naturally cannot be compared to the life of an immortal elder. There is simply no comparison." "Good, very good. Just remember what you said today." Yi Xian nodded and laughed again. Suddenly, he felt his chest relax. In the end, he waved his hand and summoned a cloud of 9-colored fog. He said, "In that case, you do not need to thank me for saving you just now. This king will return it. Please leave." At this time, Long Shantung was completely confused. He even had doubts in his mind. He wondered if this Demon King imperial brother, Mo Jiufeng, had a screw loose in his head. First, he said something about unifying the 3 universes before the Great Chaos era fully descended. Now, he was talking nonsense. He did not understand what he was saying at all. In the end, he even inexplicably returned the gratitude he had just expressed and gave the order to leave on the spot. Yes, this person was one of the 5 great monsters. He was known as the #1 person in the younger generation. Sometimes, there was a fine line between a genius and a lunatic. This person was so monstrous, it was understandable that he was a little crazy. Thinking like this, Long Shantung immediately felt that everything before had a reasonable explanation. He did not say anything more. Taking advantage of the other party's madness and not leaving, what if he turned around and went back on his word later? Wouldn't that be too late to cry? Thinking of this, his expression became strange. He glanced at Yi Xian with pity in his eyes. He raised his hand and cupped it. Without saying anything more, he jumped onto the 9-colored fog and was instantly lifted up. He shot towards the entrance of the Shenong cauldron and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He had already left the inner space of the cauldron. From now on, I have nothing to do with the identity of Prince Xian. Now that I have grown up, this identity has long been useless. Slightly raising his head and watching Long Shantung leave, Yi Xian suddenly felt a kind of emotion in his heart. At this moment, he had a feeling of sending off the past. Then, as if he had thought of something, a playful smile quickly appeared on Yi Xian's face. However, even if this identity is abandoned, there should be a formal announcement to end this past. It just so happens that the 2nd-generation ancestral descendant of the demon cultivator is already a marquis. The cultivation strength of the 1st-generation ancestral descendant will definitely make the core higher-ups of the 2 universes wonder. Although the next wave of war will come eventually, there is no need to worry for a short period of time. The matter in the 1st universe has come to an end for the time being. In the 2nd universe, first there is Jiao Ritian and the other prodigies of various races who have obtained the Universal Dao Foundation, then there is the 3-clawed flood dragon. Basically, the layout is complete. It is time to return to the 3rd universe and deal with the matter of Prince Xian. Thinking about it, since I was sent to the Death Star region and left the 3rd universe, everything I have done has greatly promoted the interests of the Federation and greatly damaged the interests of the Federation. There are countless things that I have done. I wonder if I can reach the top of the Federation's contribution rankings after returning this time. After all, the Tianji clan has been driven away by me. If that is really the case, Prince Xian's name will once again resound throughout the 3 universes. At that time, I'm afraid that the attitude of the Eternal Dynasty, which sent me to the third universe, will change greatly and take the initiative to be friendly. And at that time, it will be time for me to reveal my true identity and bid farewell to Prince Xian. At the same time, it will be time for the 7 great prodigies to become one. I just don't know how the Eternal Dynasty will feel after knowing all this. I'm really looking forward to it. Without a doubt, once the truth of this matter was revealed and made public, the higher-ups of the demon cultivator race would definitely beat their chests and stamp their feet in regret. Chapter 4062. The Root of All Evil Star Region. Ever since the second incident, the root of all evil star field had completely disappeared from the face of the earth. During that incident, the Blood WRM clan of the second universe had even mobilized their clan's foundation, which was the 9-headed Blood WRM and the other primordial Almighty's projection doppelganger that had never appeared in the world. Even the projection doppelganger of the primordial Almighty like the blood-red unicorn had descended, but they were all destroyed by the Void Tortoise in the end. Although the Void Tortoise had yet to recover from its injuries and was far from the primordial Supreme's cultivation, it had a strong foundation after all. With its own strength, it had suppressed everything and stirred up the entire root of all evil star region. In the end, it had swept away all the products in the netherworld furnace, including the root of all evil liquid. It had directly led to the descent of the heavenly Tao's green eye, turning that place into a living hell. That unforeseen event was even more tragic than the first unforeseen event at the source of all evil. Moreover, this kind of thing had already happened twice in a row. Even if water had entered the head of the heavenly Tao's green eye, it would definitely be on guard. It was also for this reason that even Yi Xian had no intention of entering the root of all evil star region again within a short period of time. That was definitely courting death. Even he, who had the protection of the farmer god Cauldron and the headless infant corpse as his backing, was like this, not to mention the various clans and top forces in the 3 dimensions. During this period of time, the various clans and sects did not even dare to send scouts there, for fear of angering the heavenly Tao's green eye. When the heavenly Tao's green eye came to investigate, it would bring a terrible disaster to their clans. The strange thing was that the various clans and top forces in the outside world, including the itinerant cultivators in the 3 dimensions, did not dare to approach the root of all evil star region. However, the root of all evil star region was also quiet recently, without the slightest movement. If someone was bold enough to enter, they would discover that the netherworld furnace had been quietly standing in the depths of the root of all evil star region all this time, and it had not moved at all. But from time to time, cracks would appear in the distant void. Then rays of light of different colors would shoot out from the mouth of the cauldron and enter it. Immediately after, the chain links below the outer wall of the furnace that had been broken and swallowed by the mechanical race's alloy war god would correspondingly grow a few segments and spread outwards. This was clearly the work of the heavenly Tao's eye. Although the heavenly Tao green eye was still heavily injured and had yet to recover, it was the will of the heavenly Tao of the primordial world after all. It had a rich foundation, and the balls of light that were occasionally sent over from the cracks were all kinds of top-grade precious materials. It was repairing the netherworld furnace. As a matter of fact, all of this was almost complete, because the entire process had never stopped since the beginning. Every 2 hours, a large section of the runic chains would grow out. Over 10,000 broken chains were like tens of thousands of tentacles. As they grew, they moved towards the other end of the chains in the surrounding void. Today, the last batch of top-grade precious materials were sent over and entered the netherworld furnace. These tens of thousands of runic chains that were sending out the products of the netherworld furnace were finally completely repaired. They were completely connected with the small section of runic chains at the end of the surrounding void. Boom! At this moment, the netherworld furnace that had been quietly standing in the void suddenly shook violently. The furnace spirit had completely awakened. Rip! In the distant void, an incomparably clear sound of ripping silk rang out. A huge crack appeared in the void, and a vertical eye that was even bigger than a star appeared. As it opened, a ray of green light shot out and entered the netherworld furnace. Then it disappeared and the crack in the void closed. Walala, In the next moment, the sound of chains rang out loudly. The netherworld furnace suddenly trembled violently. Whether it was the runic chains on the top or bottom of the outer wall, all of them were broken in the middle. Half of them were still connected to the surrounding void and were suspended in the air. The other half was connected to the outer wall of the netherworld furnace. There were 10,000 runic chains on the top wall and 10,000 runic chains on the bottom wall. A total of 20,000 runic chains that were only half of the runic chains were waving in the void like restless space pythons. This was clearly the netherworld furnace that was about to go out again to hunt for flesh and blood materials. It was exactly the same as when it tore open the void and rushed into the mysterious space where the void giant tortoise was. Only this time, the netherworld furnace didn't tear open the void and rush in. Instead, it directly turned into a ray of green light and shot towards the edge of the source of all evil star field. After a short while, it passed through the barrier of the array formation that enveloped the entire source of all evil star field and directly descended into the first universe outside the source of all evil. At this moment, the netherworld furnace had descended into the first universe. A monstrous massacre was about to begin. Originally, the materials required to refine the all-evil source liquid in the Dark Cauldron were the remains of powerful life forms at the immortal grade. Anything below the immortal grade, even the remains of universe-grade powerhouses, would be spat out like trash. However, it didn't tear open the void crack and enter the mysterious unknown void to obtain the remains of those powerful primordial beings. Instead, it had descended into the first universe. Obviously, its purpose was very strange. Either the heavenly eye had changed the power of the domain in the netherworld furnace after this incident, causing even the flesh and blood of ordinary starry sky powerhouses to have a certain value. Either that or the netherworld furnace planned to take revenge before it officially started the hunt. After all, there had already been 2 unexpected incidents. Whether it was the furnace spirit of the netherworld furnace or the eye of the heavens, they both had tempers. This time, he had unexpectedly descended to the first universe's plane to create a massacre as a deterrent. However, no matter which it was, there was no doubt that the demon race was destined to face a great calamity. Although the source of all evil star field was located between the demon race star field and the Tianji star field, the Tianji city on the other side of the star field had long disappeared. The demon race star field was currently the closest to the source of all evil star field. Recently, the source of all evil origin liquid was located at the place with the densest living aura. Walala! Clang! The chains rattled, revealing an endless murderous intent. After rushing out of the source of all evil star field, the netherworld furnace, which was as huge as a superstar, emitted a strong green light and temporarily paused in the void, as if it was sensing something. Soon, it captured the direction with the densest living aura and the closest location. After locking onto the location, the huge furnace suddenly shook and turned into a green stream of light. It shot out at an extremely fast speed and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. And this direction was where the demon race star field was located. Although the distance was extremely far, and even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would take half a month to cross, the netherworld furnace's speed obviously exceeded that of a large fortress. In fact, it was much faster,